Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and my name is Wyatt, and welcome to the Open Mic. This is the episode number 16, if I never count wrongly, and this is the title is Russian Winter Offensive and NATO Panics Military Supply to Ukraine. But as usual, the title is just for show. You can talk about literally anything you want, even if it has nothing to do with Ukraine. So um, so just gonna say hi to everyone, and then let me see, let me check. Okay, as usual, do you want to say hi to everyone? Hi Pericles, Germanos. He said he cannot watch. Um, okay. Next time. Hi Jay. Hi Vaughn. Hi Ahmad. Hi Mary, Jan, Kioni, Melkor, Bogle. Hi Maddie. Hi Sir. Hi Emily. Hi Rakesh, Wonder Veggie. Hi Don Pioman, Joan Rodo, um, Gutsman 2018. Hi, I cannot read this word because it's in Russian. Hi Moscow guy. Hi Drew. Hi Thomas. Hi, what else? Well, Cheese Puff, Ugly Toad. Yes sir. No, what else? Bill, Justinus, Harris, Juninho, Edmok, Brian, Monkey, Russian Sadness, Do, Seikako, Boogie Boy, uh, yeah, Arno, Adrian, Hermon, Sasa, Ostaharjak, oh my god, B5152G2, Elian, PZ Exotic, Norbert, Daniel, Hamani, Lance, Phil, Yogi, Zach, Adil, Bobby, Craig, Jan, David Connellan, TV Reese, and Oni, Aki. Hi everybody. If you guys haven't chat in time, I'm not gonna say hi to you. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna drop in the. So let's not waste time. Um, Hopefully we are not going to do 5 hours this time. I always say this, but always we end up in 5 hours. Hope not. It's very painful to do 5 hours. And I'm going to drop the link in the DPA IRL stream. So this stream is currently concurrently streamed on two different channels, the main channel and the DPA IRL channel. So if you want to join the open mic, it's open to everyone, it's public. The only condition is that you must have earphone and webcam and microphone, of course, because the earphone mainly is because there is feedback. If you use the speaker, then there might be feedback, and then everybody cannot hear what you're talking about, or the stream will just be very noisy. So, which is why there's a need for earphone, and you must have a webcam because you must show your face. If you don't show your face, then you're anonymous. Then it's not very responsible. We must be responsible for what we say, which is why my identity is always very clear. So I stand by my words. So yeah, so let's I gotta drop the link. The link is now in the DPA IRL channel. So you guys can come in and chit chat, and then my job is mostly just to make sure I can handle the chats, uh, moderate a little bit. Usually I do not moderate much. It's a free speech platform. You can say most of the things unless something is not, YouTube don't really like certain topics, then I will intervene to say, let's not talk about it. Uh, and also I will be yeah, mainly managing the chat and managing the backstage, because when people enter, they do not jump straight into the screen. I will actually vet through and make sure that they are a real person before they drop them in, because uh, it happened before that people come in and show porn, and some of them came up with very ingenious tactics, which is very irritating. So I have to do certain vetting, and also if any of you guys will want to volunteer to help to do some video editing, for example, the open mic, we need to split it into clips. Want to help me, you can actually email me and let me know. My aim is to pay you to do it, but I don't have a lot of budget, so yeah. it can't really become a full-time job thing. But if you guys can help, you're really interested, and rewatch all 5 hours and edit it into clips, let me know. Yeah, because I'm having too much clips, too much open mics, and I have no time to edit. So yeah, so no. So let's read some of the DPA is Chinese spy. Yes. Okay, what else? Malcolm say I'm weak. No 5 hours, weak. Yeah, I'm weak, man. It's 3:37 a.m. here in Singapore, so yeah. So that's my aim is maximum 3 hours. Hopefully, so that's my aim. DPA was the one flying the balloon over United States. Can you even fly a balloon? Like, you just let it go, right? It just flies. I don't think you can steer a balloon. So, DPA, do you think Russia will win this war? Of course, Russia will win this war. It's so obvious. It's like Canada go to war with United States, and and anyone suggests that Canada can win the war against United States is dreaming. So there is like, or you say Taiwan go to war with China and Taiwan we're going to win the war. It's also dreaming. It's just not possible. You can have a stalemate. The bigger country kind of stuck, and then they cannot continue the war, or they cannot really fully conquer the country. Maybe possible, but you say the smaller country to win the war is quite impossible. The kind of scenario like Israel fighting the Arabs and win those wars, those is no miracles. Generally those are miracles. It's really, really hard for a smaller country to win any wars against a bigger country. So I'm just being realistic. Like, if you say Singapore is going to win the war against Indonesia, I tell you it's not possible. Like, Indonesia will just drag the war for 20 years and Singapore will die. So it's just not possible. You can win in the short term, you can't win in the long term. So if, let's say, for example, Israel go to war with the Arab countries, and in the short term, within the first month or 3 months, Israel will win the war. But if the Arab countries really go into a full war economy and really mobilize everyone and just send human wave, Israel will eventually still lose the war. It's just how it is. So it's just about the will to fight, and Russia have a lot of will to fight this Ukraine war. No matter what you read, it's they are very motivated to right certain wrongs in their opinion, not my opinion, their opinion. So yeah, hey, open mic, nobody want to join, only myself. The link is working. So Canada did win once. Win once against who? Against who? Oh, Maddie is on. Okay. Ta-da! Hi, Maddie.
Hey, what? I didn't expect to go right on.
Yeah, because I already, you are one of the regulars. I know you a bit well already, which is why it's easier. If it's someone new, then I need to some kind of like verify. Hey.
Yeah. I got you. I'll be in and out of it. I missed last night, but yesterday it was -16 when I woke up, so I had to go out and it was working. And if people understand extreme cold temperatures, it's very draining. I went to bed at like 6:30 last night and didn't wake up till 11 to go out and change a flat tire on my wife's car. So I'm glad I'm up at this time. I thought we had a great discussion the other night with Tank Chat. And I thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I thought there were some really good, valuable members and information that I learned from it when I got out over my little bullshit thing there, but my little tantrum. But so, I hope this will be a good one as well. That's it. Whatever we're talking about.
Yeah, we will just chit chat. It's something casual. It's not so serious. In open mic, it's not so serious. just like fun. And hi Jay, hi Hamani. Hamani, this is the first time on. Yeah, so just now
Cool.
I told him to wave at the webcam, because I need to know that the person is actually a real person. Yeah. Can you speak? Oh, your mic is not on.
Yes, I was making it off. I was putting it
All
off.
right.
Do you hear me
Okay,
now?
can hear you now. Yep. Hi Drew.
Hi.
So let me adjust.
Let me change it
Yes.
like this.
Waka is on too.
Hi, everybody.
I'm trying to adjust Hamani's mic because it's a bit soft.
Is this good now?
You don't have to, you let it go. You don't have to hold. You talk. Let me see.
Hello.
Yes.
1,
Cool.
2, 3.
Can already.
Good.
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
yeah,
right.
Wyatt, can we talk about the panels? What's happening with those?
Oh, so just to introduce to you guys, for I think many of you guys might know, the regular open mic speakers, or the open mic speakers will actually have their own Telegram channel group chat. Then we and the Telegram, some of the regulars actually organize some of this exclusive chat that is focus on certain topics, and I have named this kind of thing called the DPA panels, and it's currently being edited. We already recorded 3 different sessions, so it will be up very very soon.
Yeah, it's a little sad because we just saw that the Duran had a just uploaded a video about a couple of hours ago that had the exact same topic as the one that we recorded. So
But it's okay because I think the audience are also very different. I think Duran's audience
right.
is actually a very different group. So
I actually subscribe to the Duran. I belong to it, and I post there sometimes in the comments with Alex and Alexander and ask them questions and stuff. Everybody's got their side of the story, so they are neither to me, the end all be all, but I found that they are mostly on point for at least the way I see things. So, if anybody has other sources I could look at, I'd like to know them as well.
I heard that the Duran, they all started off more towards like a anti-NATO thing than. Is it?
Yeah.
Because I don't watch
Yeah.
them. I didn't know about them until I mean I heard about them. But I never really subscribed and watched them.
They've mentioned your channel, Wyatt.
I only
They've
know them
mentioned
after
your channel, Wyatt. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know.
Robert
I only started to know them after the war started. So then because a lot of people has been telling me that telling me about DPA is being mentioned and stuff. Then I start to know that there are these channels. Because otherwise, I entered the war not knowing many of the channels that are currently very popular, talking about Ukraine war. So I'm really not part of this bubble. I only just joined this bubble.
They've been around for many years. I've watched their videos on and off for sometimes it pops up, but I wasn't a regular watcher. But once the Ukraine war kicked off, then I started watching regularly. Yeah, you're right. They're not pro-Russia. They're actually anti-NATO. They've always been talking about how NATO has screwed up. Not really NATO, more like anti-war, like US intervention, that kind of thing, rather than NATO as a whole. Yeah. So yeah, they are, and plus they are Greeks, so they are more tied into that whole Eastern Orthodox kind of community. So of course they will have some sympathies for Russia when it comes down to the cultural understanding of what Russia is doing and things like that. So
I think Greeks must be a very painful nation of people, right? They are in the EU, but they actually suffered in EU. Then they are in NATO, but then they have Turkey bullying them. Then which the NATO can't do anything. Then it's like they're always in this kind of very poor position where they're not here, not there.
Yeah,
as an American, Could you guys like say what countries you're from? Like I'm in the United States, and as an American, believe it or not, well, you guys see it in a different way than we see it because of the propaganda that's being shoved down our throats. You know, forever we thought we were the baddest dudes on the
Badass.
block, and it's turned out not to be true. So I really
No,
want to
you guys
know
still are. You guys
from
still
your
are.
guys' perspective. Well, to a
You
point,
guys are
but
still have the largest military by far. So that's
large doesn't necessarily mean effective either. You know, that's
Man,
kind of the thing.
I mean, you guys are still bad just without the ass. No, you guys were badass. No, but now you lost your ass. So
Yeah, a
so
little
you
bit.
only
Yes,
left
we
the
did.
Hi,
I
though.
honestly don't know. I honestly still have a very
These are balls,
good
too.
impression of the American military. You know, I still think that if there is the political will
किधर से
and you guys really wanted to like
पान कर
invade the
देगा तू
country, there's no
बिल्कुल
one
नहीं
that
आ
really
रहा
can
है
stop.
Well, our Air Force hasn't done much but blow down a balloon since the beginning of Russian SMO. You have to look at it. You know, really question things. Why was it allowed to fly all across the United States when if it was a spy satellite or whatever you want to call it had already gathered all the data it needed to do anyway. So what is the point? You know what I mean? There is something very off. It may be a political thing. But I know that our general, like if you talk to, like you listen to McGregor and stuff, and he knows the inside of how it's communicated to the president. We are living in some type of weird situation within our government, and I don't know really what to think of as an American of which way we'll go, but we'll see. But that's what my point was, is that we do have a good military, and whenever I bring this up, I want you to know I served in it. I love it. I want the best military for the men and women that'll serve it, that it will protect them. And right now I do not see that, or that ability is at least becoming marginalized. So we need to really look at things in the reality, not in what we want them to be. And I'll just hang it up there.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
As an American, what do you think is the danger that is in the world for your country? What is the danger that you must have the biggest military against who?
Well, that's kind of my point. Why is our military made deployable, which made it too late to actually, if you look at it, strikers, can you imagine them right now on the battlefield of Europe? I can't see them being as effective as they're touted. And some of the things is the military industrial complex sells all this shit because the politicians want a certain projection of American power. And that's the problem. We project it, but are we going to be actually strong enough to defend our shores? And it's a big if, like, I doubt it would ever happen. But okay, we have 70-ton tanks that we know cannot run around Europe like we were told just because of the bridge problems alone. There's a lot of things that we need answered quickly, I think.
Yeah, I think we're kind of like the late stage UK, where they thought they had to have an imperial navy to guard all the shipping routes around the world, this little island. And I think post World War II, in the kind of chaos that befell Europe, we kind of picked up that role, and then at some point they decided this is what it's going to be going forward. This is the new world order, where America is this kind of gendarme of the world. And I think what we're finding out, especially with all the multipolarity and other ideas, is that the world is saying this is an old security framework, kind of like the British Empire, that's not working anymore.
Yeah.
And at some point we're going to have to, because traditionally we were kind of an isolationist country. It was like, don't mess with us, we won't mess with you, we'll do trade, that's it. But World War I, World War II kind of threw us into this role, and unfortunately all the great minds that grew up and went to college in this times, international relations experts, their mindset is set in post World War II, and they can't get out of it.
If the US actually turns inwards and actually starts looking at all its own internal policies, the people's lives in the US are actually going to get a lot better. Instead of looking outwards all the time and focusing on everybody else, if you just look inwards, the everyday guy is going to actually improve your lives, I think.
Doug, I thought that was I'm sorry, Drew. I didn't mean, I thought you were but I thought that was a great explanation of it. It's like we're trying to maintain U.S. dominance. For what reason? All it is about who influences who and gets the market to be able to influence the market. So it's all spent within the West. We'll just call it East and West, within the West. And that's what it is somebody's finally coming across and rubbing up against it and showing, taking a look under all that polish and saying, it's a little bit more rusty than we thought. Yeah. And you're right, because, what is Ukraine really to the United States security-wise? It's nothing. Yeah. The only thing it's about what politicians have done there, that this war is going on. It has nothing to do with Doug's or I's family's interest. I mean, how the hell does doing all this shit in Ukraine help me? It don't.
That's what I talked to a family member exactly about that, and I said, what was different about our life in 2014 before the coup, when Russia had more influence in Ukraine and they had a better relationship? Like, how did our lives get better, and now we have to defend this to the end? And send every tank, every plane, risk nuclear war, put a famine on Africa. What is it we're looking for? Because I don't see any difference from 2014 to 2015. Nothing in my life changed. So,
well, the way I see it, it's like the U.S. after World War II has kind of crowned itself king, and when you crown yourself king, you start to look out for the potential threats to your power. So instead of with the kings of the past, what they would do is they would go around and kill off all their cousins and second cousins from a different mother and whatnot, throw them in to prisons. So that's what the US is doing. It's going around the world and saying, oh, Russia seems powerful, let's squish them. China seems powerful, let's not let them rise, let's squish them. So it's all the powers that Europe, if it actually got its act together, would be very powerful. So let's cut the energy resources for Europe while we still can, and let them encourage them to fight among themselves.
Yeah.
So that's basically it. It just destabilize the rest of the world so that you can stay on top.
Yeah, keep in mind, the U.S., the way they're controlling their power right now, it's not by making themselves better, it's by keeping everyone else down.
Yeah.
So that way they can just basically stay at a baseline level, except for the elite. The elite can continue to build up, but keep everyone else at a baseline in their country and keep the rest of the world down. But I believe it was, I think it was Alexander Mercurius who said it best. The purpose of NATO was keep Germany out, keep Germany down, keep Russia out. Was the exact point. I mean, because Russia, even Germany, even at the start of the conflict, said that they wanted to put, what was it, $100 billion into their military infrastructure, right? And then in the process, no, because once the Nord Streams got blown up, they realized we can't do it. We've got to gear up for the winter time, And of course, if I'm not mistaken, Vladimir Putin, sometime in the early 2000s, actually wanted to apply for NATO membership, and they rejected him. If I'm not mistaken. Yes. Really, the entire strategy of maintaining hegemony has been working this entire time, And to speak on the whole balloon thing, as crazy as it may seem, that they would allow the balloon to go from one coast to the other, I think that's purely because the Biden administration wants to take the spotlight off of them. And what better way to do it than by putting the spotlight on a balloon that's going over, and we call it a spy balloon. That's why they waited, and they waited basically 24 hours, essentially.
Apparently that this happens all the time. So various countries would have weather balloons, or you want to call it a spy balloon. The U.S. is a big place, it's a big continent, and weather balloons get blown off course all the time. And this time it's a big issue because someone actually saw it. So a commercial pilot actually saw it. So then, you know, it blew up. But if it didn't blow up, they would have just tracked it and left it alone. Because I mean, there's nothing that weather balloon can see that the satellites, the hundreds of satellites over the US right now can't see. They have all the information they want to see. If they just you know, so that I think shooting it down is just publicity stunt. Is to show that, you know, hey, US, we are big and strong. We can't allow this Chinese balloon to float over our territory.
Yeah, and
it's just a silly stunt.
The NASA fire system is able to detect any kind of Scud missile going through or any kind of aircraft that's flying half a world away. We can't use the same system to patrol our own skies.
Well, apparently they tracked it from Alaska as it floated over Canada and then floated into the US. So they've been tracking it for a long time. So it's not like they didn't know about it. It's just,
if they really wanted to shoot down, tell me.
And they said that they didn't want anyone to.
Between Montana and that they couldn't shot it down without worrying about hurting anybody. That's all open.
It's nobody dead.
Montana and Nebraska, it's plains and some mountain ranges. That's it. Maybe they were worried about hurting the horses. That's probably about it.
Yes, but propaganda. They want to film it and stuff.
But okay, so I do have to kind of add in a bit in the sense that the satellite cannot catch every single signal that is coming out from the ground up, because certain signals will get bounced back by the atmosphere. So which is why it's not everything that can be captured by the satellite. So having a balloon might have certain use, but of course I also not so sure what kind of signal that they are trying to capture by having such a balloon. In fact, I'm not even sure if there's even a spy balloon. Although it does have a very weird kind of a machine that is like, it looks like a small little satellite that is hanging below, which is very unusual. So it really depends on the investigation after they shoot it down. If that thing still survive, can they really discover what kind of thing it is? I think the biggest problem is not about the floating across the United States, but it's like why you don't shoot it down when it just got through the border, because that would be entirely you just end the thing. Now it looks very reactive to me. Like, oh, just because the media is reporting it, that's why we are shooting it down. It's like,
exactly.
If you shoot it down right at the border, nobody will complain.
I think also the media is trying to set us up, because if you noticed 4 days ago, they announced in the Philippines, they're opening up 4 military bases on the Philippines, which, the Philippines for a long time, they didn't want Americans there after they got us out. And so I think and then Japan also said, we're signing a contract for these long range missiles and things like that. So I think they're trying to set the public up mentally, like, this balloon, this terrible thing has come. And, they had hunters with hunting rifles, they said, that took shots at it and all kinds of stuff. And so I think part of it's like a frenzy. A frenzy.
Yeah. If it really was a spy balloon, I was wondering why did they shoot a missile at it and blew the whole thing up? Why not just fly up to it and like fire some small arms fire? It's a balloon, just pop it. You'll fall to the ground, then you can.
They're self-sealing.
Technology. Huh?
Drew, some of them are self-sealing, and that was the problem with that from what I read. That they're made to get tears and stuff. But they're self-sealing, and the bullet holes may not allow it to deflate fast enough. This is what I was reading about, and they had to wait till it got to a certain point where they could actually use the missile, because they had problems targeting the balloon itself because it's not necessarily showing up on radar. They were given all sorts of excuses. This is what I heard, but it is we had. In the Pacific, 2 carrier fleets, I believe. Both of them have the Aegis system that is over the horizon looking radar. There is no way they did not know this balloon was floating over, getting into Canada, where Canada picked it up, and then came down across the United States. It wasn't like there wasn't ample time that there was a warning for this, but there was something mentioned yesterday that a lot of people I don't think I've heard, is that some U.S. Balloons are actually coming closer to this part of the stratosphere in other countries. And maybe it's an astronaut, you know what I'm trying to say, astroperic condition that has allowed this to happen. And that's why nobody was really knew what to do at the moment, because what if it is just it was once a stationary weather balloon in China that just went? I mean, you understand what I'm saying? It's just that there's so many things they're saying. Yeah, so
this whole
the
episode is just silly.
The thing I'm afraid about is that the USA will use this to escalate. I heard that Blinken will ask cancel trip to China, and now they will use it to escalate more and more. That's danger for the whole world.
I mean, there were. I don't know if you guys saw the news in the U.S., but there were people saying, "Oh, they could distribute, biological weapons. It could be an EMP device floating right over our head." They were creating all this hysteria, and I kept saying, "What? They're prepping us for something," and I don't know exactly what it is, but it seems confrontational.
All this anti-China propaganda that you hear about everything China does is bad. It's prepping you for war. So when it breaks out with war in China, you won't actually march on Congress and tell them to stop. That's what they learned in Vietnam.
They're shrinking
the populace can stop the war.
They're shrinking the Overton window.
What's great about the Blinken visit? The Chinese media, official media, said that there were no visit planned between Blinken and the Chinese officials. So all that is a lie.
Okay.
It's even worse than that. There were no planning visit.
Maybe Blinken was planning to visit. He just hadn't told the Chinese yet. I don't know.
Maybe.
Well, and the thing
I was just trying to come in for, it's basically, again, I think what we are discussing is the product of the post-truth that I normally refer to. In that case, I was looking at Google, and I think high altitude surveillance balloon was the most sought out, search. I think there are millions of search on Google. Everybody wanted to be an expert. Now, in post-truth, what is happening is that you can make actually concocted stories and run it for weeks. So this balloon, I think, did provide a lot of gossip on both sides and assumption. But on the serious note, like CIA ex-director was there on CNN, he said that why it is different than satellites, because you could be able to pick up heavy items from the satellites, but lighter things, maybe some, I think, communications could be detected by, devices with the balloon, because of the size is like 60,000. So these are some of the reasons, and why they probably let it go into the sea was basically they said Mowgli. If it had fell on red state, it would have, I don't know, created what, I don't know how red and blue states matter with the balloon. So I think, it's basically product of post-truth,
If it had fallen on a red state in the United States, they'd be ready to calling for war already. They would already be in because keep in mind, see, my guy over here knows what I'm talking about. If it was falling on a red state, you'd already hear the Congress calling for war at that point, because the House is already switched over to a red part of the government. It's already Republican. They'd be ready to gearing up at that point. They'd be petitioning Biden to put up to sign a declaration, and we probably already stationed troops in Taiwan by then.
You guys don't want to do that.
I don't think we want to smoke. I'm not saying that we do. I'm just saying I think that's what we want to do.
If the US is having trouble, if the US is having trouble, funding and supplying a proxy war in Ukraine, it's a war with China is going to be 10 times worse.
What were you going to say? Why?
Yes, because of geography. Because
and
of
population.
Geography, simple as
China
that.
is
Even
10
with
times more
height
people than
and technology
Russia.
and all that,
I'm not saying
illusion of to technological supremacy. You can't today. Technology can't get rid of geography and climate and things like that. That's why Russian equipments are so good in eastern Ukraine, because they are adapted to their environment. Same, United States will send their Navy with 10 or 11 aircraft carrier all through the oceans to China. China just need to do, I don't know, 100 kilometers 200 kilometers of their shores, and that's it.
Yep.
Just because of that, and they even don't need to send fighter jets and warships. They just need to saturate with missiles, and that will be enough to defend. Even if they go in offensive against the Taiwanese island, against Taiwan island, vis-a-vis an external power like Australia, with the UK, with South Korea, with Japan, with the United States, they will be in a defensive position.
So
and the whole U.S. plan used to be to cut the strait.
Yeah, and during the Desert Storm, the first Gulf War, right, where the United Nations force went to fight against Iraq. Before the ground offensive or even the air offensive happens, they took a month or two to prepare, sending all the Abrams tank, all the aircraft, basing in all the air base around Saudi Arabia.
It was 11 months it took. 11 months it took, Wyatt.
I forgot, I've been getting trolls in the chat. We have people who are requesting we talk about the Russian offensive that started. Do you have any new information on that, Wyatt?
Go and watch my videos.
That's I've already seen your videos. What I'm saying is, do you have any later information on it?
Anything
the
after
problem
the
of the Ukraine conflict right now.
Hold on, what was that, Wyatt?
So I do not know anything after the sit rep. No, because once I did the sit rep, I went to sleep. And then I wake up, and then this is the open mic. So I don't even know what happened ever since the after the sit rep. So
I can give an overall assessment.
The problem with the Ukraine war and the Russians.
I did tell you that we were watching the opening phases of the offensive. Did I not? Did I not say this about a week ago? That this is how it works. It starts to seep first, and once they get into those lines and those lines start fracturing, they're going to blow through them, and then they're going to be in the rear. And then what does Ukraine have to stop them? Because they can go to any operational, goal that they want, and they will be forcing the Ukrainians to react in their own rear, which means that the only forces available may be the ones that are behind them, trying to hold the line, but have to come forward to stop them from going deeper behind their rear and cutting them off. This is going to put them in a big bind, I think. And there's going to be another hammer that comes.
Because for me, right, I predicted that they would eventually send the main battle tanks. That one is just without a doubt. It's just a slow escalation. So my prediction was around, in my mind, I was thinking about maybe half a year later, maybe in June, July, then they will start to talk about main battle tanks. But so when they talk about Bradleys, in January, that makes sense because it's time to send in the IFVs and then maybe half a year later they talk about main battle tanks. It's like the escalations that we see last year. But suddenly there is this sudden change where, Bradley is not enough. Suddenly we are talking about main battle tanks, which actually is a signal that maybe on the Ukrainian side something very bad is happening. Because we're only seeing the reports coming. It's just bit and pieces,
and
the very macro views,
and the resignations.
They're talking about very big stuff nowadays, and it's very sudden. It's not normal. Last year, when people they were asking for all these tanks, then they say no, we are not going to give you. Suddenly now they just throw everything at them, and it's just abnormal. To me, it's just abnormal. That means something on the ground has changed. Very drastic.
Just give a quick assessment. I think Maddie pointed out. When you are basically on the main defensive lines, so there's an initial crest, which is like 15 to 20 kilometer, which is hardened infantry trenches, and that's actually the difficult part that we call the break-in by the defensive forces. Now, when you make the break-in, either by blitzkrieg or by firepower, then it opened like a torrent, and then you put in the armor operation comes after that, becomes a breakout. So I think the Russians are now in the initial stages of the breakout, and most probably, as Maddie has said, that is going to start creating reverse fronts for them, because when the armor starts moving with speed, you'll have collapse of the infantry, and there's a lot of bypassing. But what I look at it is that after this breakout by the armed forces, the mechanized forces by the Russians, they are going to be, I think, larger pincers, one from the Belarus and one from the south, because the front line that now, I heard that I think Bakhmut is being evacuated now. That's what the news. I've followed Wyatts maps also, and the overall news was that now they're saying that the Americans are, or the Europeans are advising them to basically pull out for an offensive in the south, which is absurd. But mainly, I think they are under a lot of pressure. So Bakhmut falls, this gives a lot of psychological advantage to the Russian forces, and then they could be rout. I'm also looking at a lot of casualties of the Russians fighting in Bakhmut, and they only left with one route. So after the initial breakout by the armor, there will be reverse fronts, smaller reverse fronts at brigade and battalion level, and then you have larger formation converging. So in my theory, still I feel that I think by mid-June, Russians will be able to absorb area east of the Dnieper River, and there will be larger pincer. Why there is now panic in NATO and US to send heavier tanks is probably they want to assure Zelensky and his boys that, you know, we are coming up with reinforcement. But I think it's going to be late. So it's just a general assessment. Then you have to look at the firepower, look at the air superiority, the logistic stamina, the morale of the forces, then strategy, of course, there's a lot of deception. So all combined, I think tables are being turned, but I can't really predict what will happen. But by and large, a large offensive is coming.
Yeah,
I
just
thought
one
Can
Zelensky
I,
said they are not
that conflict.
retreating from Bakhmut. Have they already called for retreat? Like, are they really withdrawing? I thought Zelensky said they're not.
I've heard that the best units of the Ukrainian army were withdrawn from Bakhmut. So they are throwing new reinforcement, but those are freshly new recruit, freshly
So
new recruits.
literally cannon fodder.
Meat. Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
But
Wyatt, on your map. Oh, I'm sorry, RL. Sorry.
Yeah, just to add something. What is particular with this conflict is that we have reports of some events, some advancement, etc. But we have to wait several days or even weeks before to have that confirmation, and then wait several weeks or even months to understand the real implication and impact of those achievements. That's very particular, and maybe that's part of the deception Wakar was talking made by the Russians, all the deceptions they made, because we expect war gains like United States have made against the Iraqi army, or like it was before in the Second World War. But this war is very, very, very specific. It's very specific. Even in the public relations term, it's quite unique, and maybe that will be a new cornerstone of how to make war in the future.
Can I just add one thing, guys?
Yes,
I've got some information the other day, because I have a distant relative that's gone he's fighting in the Donetsk People's Republic over there, as from Serbia, and he said that in the Luhansk region, the cellular provider for the telephones has been given an order on the 11th of February to disconnect all cellular data. So it looks like some sort of offensive is planned from the 11th of February, because they need to be, hidden. Tanks need to be hidden. Yeah. That's what I've been told. But
you mean they cannot talk on the phone and everything?
The cellular data, so no 5G, 4G, it's all being taken off. But that's just inside information from a distant cousin of mine that's fighting there.
So you guys heard it first here.
Yeah, I wanted to.
This is breaking news.
I wanted to.
That's what he told me. That's what he told us. So, yeah.
Is it Wakar? Is that how I pronounce it, sir?
Yes, pardon?
Walker? Yeah. And I really love your assessment because of the way, the mobile battle groups is what they started. It's now mobile tactical groups. And it's went through so many iterations, but it's the same thing. What you were describing to me is the Russians at this time have all the operational momentum. And as long as they can keep that operational momentum up, and like Wakar was saying, is just make sure they keep the logistics flowing into it. There's nothing into the rear that they really can't encounter, because they're only going to be limited, really, if you think about it, as long as they can keep logistics flowing as far as they can go, within limits of their logistics, to not overextend themselves, and as well as, and put themselves in the same position as Ukrainians with multiple flexes in a forward line. So, like you were saying, we're seeing, usually it's Russian recon units go first, the penetration units follow on. Then comes what I'm wondering is, where is all their bridging, scissor bridging equipment and all their engineering equipment? Is it closer to these fronts, or is it still setting back? Because that may be an indicator of how far they intend to go, because they're the ones that are going to be needed.
Yeah, I'll just give you a sequence of how the mechanized operation, I've done some planning, because we've also operated, divisions and corps. In Pakistan-India context, they operate mechanized divisions and the corps operate. And engineers is a very important part. Now it's all time, let's say the infantry has already breached it. So you have to then, of course, and let's say they are sitting on a water obstacle or a river or a ditch come band. I don't know how the Ukrainians are defending it. But generally, if they have an obstacle, this gives them some staying power. So the engineer equipment, whether it is the AVLBs or the, I think, ribbon or trestle bridges, I think Russians do a lot of trestle bridges. So they are timed in a manner that when the infantry is broken and the crest is veered off, then the assault engineer groups comes in and they start bridging, because the armor has to then pass through. Because I'm sure the Ukrainians must have laid a lot of defensive minefields, and at times the depth is like 1 to 2 kilometers. So that has 4 to 5 lanes are created for a mechanized division, and 4 to 5 bridges are made. So they are timed. Like I think engineer equipment is not more than 48 hours behind that. So it's all timed. Let's say infantry takes 48 hours to breach it, and then the engineers take let's say a night, and the armor has to do it in the morning. But that's in a classical fashion. But where I see is that there will be a number of points where there'll be, I think, initially using tactical forces to make the dents, and then the armor breaks out. What I see is the larger picture. After this, I think the next line of defense is closer to the Dnieper River, where I think Ukrainian can have a stay. But that also they lose almost more than 1/3 of the real estate. And in case the Russians create a reverse front, then it will be very easy to then start the pincer operations from the north and from the south, which is from, I think, Kherson, and then turns on the back of the Dnipro and cuts off the supply. And it could be a route in case the things go like that. What is important is who is the air superiority, because in armor mechanized column breakout, you require air superiority. Then is the overall morale, who's maintaining logistics, who's maintaining firepower, and who's doing deception. The other thing is the current configuration of Ukraine is they are operating on interior lines, which actually gives them a lot of advantage if they had mechanized forces, because you can switch forces like the Germans, If you compare Germany fighting France and Russia, they were on the interior line. So in both wars, they could switch forces, offensive and defensive. So Ukrainians, because it's like an egg, and if you take Belarus allied with Russia, so Russia is on the exterior line. It does give an advantage to the man planner on the interior lines, but provided you have a lot of forces and roads and bridges to move forces. But it also creates a vulnerability for a pincer, because if the superior force comes from 3 sides, then you will have a disadvantage in interior line. So there are a lot of things. I don't know how it is going, but I feel that all the talk of supplies and tanks coming is, I think, it's late.
Well, that's why I don't believe the Russians will attack from Belarus. It will be a big mistake from their part.
Well, we've seen the offensive in Siversk over the past couple of days. Like, little chips are seeming to appear, and like every couple hours you hear the story of, oh, the Ukrainians, they've collapsed, their lines have collapsed. I don't think they have, but we are seeing very, very big pushes from the Russians there. Those troops are probably going to be mobilized troops mixed in with veteran troops. So we're probably starting to see the actual like fruits of the mobilization come into play. I've also read that there's defensive lines, not in Siversk, but in Slavyansk and Kramatorsk. And if Ukraine can get to them, that's if, right? Because if Russia pushes hard enough, you can just shatter right through them before they man them. But if Ukraine can man those positions, do you guys think that the conflict would just be a continued grind? Because I don't think Russia's looking for a decisive victory here, because that would still leave tens or hundreds of thousands of military trained personnel not having been dealt with in one way or another.
Yeah.
Actually, there is also a question of the organized withdrawal. When the infantry is deployed, when the main defense line, let's suppose this is the main defense line where they are fighting. So that is the most hardened, because it's taken months to prepare. There's laying of minefields, and then there's trenches, whatever, let's say bunkers, or they have converted the built-up area. So it takes a lot of effort to make one defense line, especially if the defense is organized. And defense has to be flexible. It's called, an offensive halted. So far, I've not seen the Ukrainian offensive, even a counter-offensive or limited offensive coming. So that also indicates that basically it's a retrograde operation. Now, retrograde or withdrawal defense is very difficult. You may call that there is a defense line, but who's going to prepare it? Because the forces that are retreating are under fire from the front. And then either you have fresh forces who are already there, but it cannot be as strong as the main line of defense. Well, main line of defense may have taken like 6 months, like the Maginot line, or you can compare it. But the successive lines are not very strong. So they may give you holding power of, let's say, 1 week. I don't think so more than that, unless they fall back west of the Dnieper River. So that's the only staying position. But then they would have lost a lot of area, because the Dnieper River means 1/3 of the Ukraine is gone, and I don't think so Putin would need more than that. So successive defense lines are not very strong, because then you are fighting, withdrawing, holding, and then when you start withdrawing, the let's say offensive force starts drawing circles around you. So you have to do it in a very organized manner. I don't know how they are trained, because all these operations like offensive, defense, and withdrawal are totally specialized. And you have to have a lot of practice. You can't learn it during wartime. So that's my take, that in case this line is breached, there's going to be, I think, very, very difficult position for Ukrainian forces.
Well, there's also the risk of Bakhmut and the roads there being cut off, and then them just zipping straight up north into Siversk, surrounding that huge population.
I don't think there'll be any. I don't think there'll be any zipping. You see, from a political perspective, Russia doesn't want to push too fast. Every time Russia wins too much, Zelensky runs off to the west and says, "Help me," and then they get more help. So if they push too fast, it means Russia needs to then respond to the increased escalation. So they'll keep doing what they've been doing. Basically keep bombing the trenches and killing off all the people, and letting them slowly collapse that way. Because Russia is not going to win.
I don't think so. Russia will move very slowly for sure, but not for the reason you're stating. Because Putin said it several weeks ago. He's expecting the conflict during several years. And he's not fighting Ukraine, he's fighting NATO.
Yes.
So he wants to destroy the Ukrainian manpower and then also destroy the Western equipments.
Yes,
not impeaching the Western equipments to come into Ukraine. No, he wants those equipments going to Ukraine to destroy it. And now we see reports like United Kingdom, UK's army is in big trouble because they lack ammunition, they lack equipment, they lack many things. Same for most of European countries. Even United States. You hear some report of generals saying, hold on, we have a lack of equipment. Even if we put billions on military industrial complex, it will take a very long time before our stocks is refurbished.
The ironic thing is that for
That's
decades,
why
military throughout
I
the
mean
Cold
the
War.
report of the IMF about economic thingy and all those non specific data about war itself is very irrelevant because it will be a long lasting war.
The
And the
ironic part is
Russians are
I
prepared for it.
all this time to build up
I
weapons
Yeah.
throughout the Cold War, right? And they're rolling out all that Cold War equipment now, at least for the LPR and DPR, but, and now they're finally letting it get put to good use. Because they can have a bunch of tanks blown up and they don't really have to give a shit. They've got a bunch of old worn out crap anyways. I mean, they're not even. Are they producing armadas? Does anyone know? Because as far as I know, I haven't
yeah,
seen a single
no.
one.
I've
They're
seen them.
nah.
They're in training, but nobody knows where they really are. I know the Tamarin Division, the Second Guards that was in Crimea, was supposed to be the first unit that was supposed to take 100 in by the end of 2022. But what looks like happened, they instead of that, they stopped the Armada, or at least slowed down the project and switched over to just producing the T-90s because they are already in production. They're already serial in production, and any modifications they can do are done right there in flow. So I think, what Gar was saying too is about, from the very beginning, I said this is going to be shit show because NATO's been a paper tiger for a long time, and this is the one thing they've been worried about. They've always relied on the Air Force, but now when it comes to maybe that Air Force isn't as available to you as you thought it would be, now the defense of, when they downgraded. I mean, I was in during the '90s, and I was a Cal Scout. I wasn't a Cal Scout. I was a tanker. I was a tank commander during the Cold War. And we had such a buildup of force there that if something came forward, we could at least step up to it and make it deploy and then pull back to use the demonstration nukes. And I've put that out there. I've shown you in the NATO manual where they say that's what they were going to do. And I can post that for anybody that wants to see it. But at that time, we had at least enough to be able to match somewhat what Russia could bring forward to the Soviet Union at the time. Right now, look at it. They can't even form brigade. How long is it going to take them to build a division in the UK? How long would it take the German army to even match?
That's the point I was trying to
is out of
make.
artillery.
Irony is now everything's coming full circle. For decades, Russia took the time to build weapons and build stockpiles throughout the entirety of the Cold War. And it honestly, it's part of the reason why it collapsed their economy. It was like 30% of their GDP. But now, coming full circle, they're able to utilize all of those products that they had for decades to drain the West's economies and drain their militaries. So they're actually, without even realizing it, they've built themselves for a long war. They just did it decades ahead without even realizing it.
Can I say something about the general picture? Because I don't think that what is happening on the ground will affect the war very much as against what's happening outside. I remember before the Russian war, the USA withdrew from Afghanistan, and it did it in a fast pace because it knew that the war will happen in Ukraine. It has the information to that. And I think that the Abrams will never get to Ukraine because now the USA are preparing for another war, but with China, Taiwan and China. So I think that the Ukrainian war will end, or at least stop, freeze in June or in 6 months or 1 year. So at maximum 2025. So the USA can launch or provoke another war with China before it's too late, because China was preparing for this war also, but at a much later year, I think 2030, 2050 or whatever. But because of this opportunity, because of the Russian war, I think that China want to claim Taiwan right now because of the appropriate conditions to do this.
I don't know what the Americans will do with the Abrams tanks with China, vis-a-vis China. I don't know where they will put them.
This is what I don't understand about the war with China.
If
If there's a conflict
other
with
stuff.
China,
Yeah, but not the Abrams tanks. They can send them to Ukraine, no problem. I mean, but to send it to Taiwan is
No,
has
they
no
don't
meaning.
want to send it at all to Ukraine. They don't want to send it. They will just, they said June, and then later they said September, and after, I think after 5 months, 6 months, they will give another date and just keep it, keep pushing it to not send
I
it.
think it's a trap. I agree. I think it's a trap to get the Germans to send their tanks, and the Americans just hold back the tanks. This is what I feel. It just felt
And
like
then
this to
they
me.
will sell the Abrams to the Germans. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like to highlight, the link between scenario building and war fighting. It's very interesting. There was a U.S. Air Force study in 1996, and I tell you, there were 3 scenarios built up by their war college, in 1996, mind you, and
I
it
just wanted to
predicted.
pop in and make a comment.
Yeah, it predicted Russia-Ukraine war 2014. It was very surprising when it started, and I was trying to. So scenario building can be correct, it can go wrong, but war fighting is something different. Let's say if they were thinking of a war between Russia and Ukraine in 2014, the Air Force officers in the US War College, probably they did not calculate that US would have actually passed its own wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, because you can build up a scenario, but you don't know what will happen in between. And then war fighting is totally different. It will create its own scenarios. Your initial estimate could go wrong. And I always emphasize in case of Ukraine, there's also a question of what's the nature of war that you're going to fight. Like Afghanistan, you could bring tanks and you could do anything. Nature of war was different. It was going to be a different war. You can't apply the same formula in Ukraine. You can't apply the same formula in Taiwan also. For Taiwan will be more amphibious. It will be maritime operations. There will be a lot of air and now drone warfare. You don't really need tanks to, let's say, overrun Taiwan. You have to isolate it, and the other side has to make sure China is choked. So it will be a very, very different war. And you can't apply the formula of Europe or even India, Pakistan on Taiwan. It will be a very different thing. Something like, what happened in Indo-Pacific in World War II. But again, things have changed. So I would say that their estimate went wrong. They thought that Russia-Ukraine will be a partisan warfare. There will be civil population fighting, and then there will be, attrition on the Russian forces, and probably they'll have time to really bleed it and achieve their objectives, or Putin will get tired. But nothing like that happened. So it's gone into a very, very conventional mode, where I think the scale of offensive, the forces, the concentration of firepower is important. Now I come to why, there is an estimate that probably Russians should go slow. I disagree, because war creates, a battlefield actually creates its own momentum. Look at the Battle of France in 1940. I think it took like 7-8 weeks. Yeah, yeah. After the initial, front collapsed, actually the Germans were surprised at the momentum they got, because Hitler was trying to apply brakes, and Guderian said, no, let me keep going, or Marshall, I think, whoever was planning. And then it went right up to Dunkirk, because the battlefield creates its own momentum, and the commanders then can't be held out, because then you're seeing success, and at times give you more success than the initial plan. So I feel that after the initial breakthrough in this defense line, there'll be a lot of momentum in the Russian forces. Despite that, I feel they have gone for an attrition-oriented strategy to degrade the forces. They'll be pulled toward the Dnieper River. That's my assessment. It may go wrong. And so it will be a quicker advance, at least up to that line. So that's generally, what I feel, how it's going to look like.
I just wanted to ask quickly, with regards to a USA-China war, is there some kind of presumption that the war would not go nuclear, or they could handle it if it went nuclear? Because they talk about it so actively, it seems like that they're not that worried to get into a nuclear exchange with China as they are with Russia. Obviously, because Russia has
it's all
a lot
scare
more
tactics right now.
Yeah, actually,
I think with China, it will go nuclear, directly nuclear. That's what I think. And why I think that? Because of what the Australians have made with the French. Yeah, they made a contract to have diesel-powered submarines, attack submarines, and then the Australians say, no, we want nuclear-powered submarines. and the Americans provide them with Hawaii-class nuclear submarines, which are huge, big submarines. And those submarines will not have the ICBM class Hawaii, but the Hawaii class, where all the ICBM silos are replaced with a rack of 5 Tomahawk missiles. Yeah, so it will be an attack submarine launching cruise missiles, hundreds of them. And those cruise missiles can be equipped with nuclear warheads. And I think they will also involve South Korea. They just construct a submarine, a diesel submarine, the first one of its class, who is able to launch ballistic missiles. But when you look carefully on the silos, they have the same dimension of those of the Hawaii class. So they can also put those famous cruise missile racks. Yeah, and because South Korea is the shortest distance to Beijing. So I think the plan of the American against China is to launch a massive cruise missile strikes with nuclear warheads. That's what I think. Otherwise, they can't. If it's just conventional, they will never be able to damage enough the Chinese military, because China is fighting in its ground.
Hi, Carl.
Yes,
Hey,
it's
what's up,
very
man?
difficult to actually, very difficult to depict the Taiwan scenario. I'll just give you a couple of them, but I may be wrong. Now, in case of let's say China, Taiwan, I don't know who will initiate. First thing is that is it China who's going to initiate it, or they'll be provoked, or it will be the US wants to have them. So it's a maritime, it will be predominantly maritime, and for that, first what you declare is maritime zone of blockades. So there will be some indication of blocking of Chinese supplies in state of Malacca, near the Andaman Islands of India, in the Indian Ocean, and then because this is the main strategic route for all the oil supplies and Chinese exports, and then of course they start blocking the Pacific. That will be the first sign that probably something is coming, and then there will be a counter move by Chinese Navy to, let's say, break the blockade, or let's say, enforce that they keep their strategic lines of communication open. So one, it will not be just between, Taiwan, China, and America. There's a quad. We have Japan, Australia, United States, and maybe the littoral states of Southeast Asia coming, because then their trade is affected. It will actually choke the entire, global supply in and out of a lot of. This is a very productive area. So this is going to be a really world war. I don't know when the nuclear weapons come in, but I feel there'll be a lot of maritime operations. And within that, if China can break this, and then they can go for an amphibious assault across the Taiwan state, which again require a lot of amphibious forces. But I think their strongest forces are along the eastern seaboard. If you look at Chinese military commands, they are well prepared for that. So the only thing is this proximity. Taiwan is very closer to China, so in Taiwan state they can have a lot of freedom of action. But it's going to be very, very devastating, I tell you. And if somebody says that it can just strike the Chinese with the nuclear weapons, and if there's a counter move, then there are, these guide weapon systems or the DF system. China's anti-ship, anti-aircraft weapon system have come up, the hypersonic.
Well,
so it will make a lot of aircraft carrier redundant. So there will be total destruction.
Here's a question. If we know how America usually initiates these kinds of modern conflicts, if we look at Iraq, right? Massive missile strikes, air power. What stops the U.S. from blowing up the Three Gorges Dam and drowning 200 million people?
But they can go counter.
China has technological
Who stops the
capabilities.
Chinese from doing it? Yeah. So they have ICBM.
They got their carriers first. They got 3 aircraft carriers. They'll all be taken out first. That way they can't retaliate against us. Without air power, they will never strike the U.S.
I feel like this is also a very different conflict than Iraq.
We ain't going to invade
Well,
China.
I'm not saying it's going to be like Iraq. I'm saying
everything going in and out of
Yeah, no. I get what you're saying.
No, but about the Strait of Malacca, if the Allies power close the strait, it will force the Chinese to get out of their zone, and that's what the Chinese don't don't want to do. They absolutely want to avoid that because they know if they go outside their zone, they will be weakened. They will be in a weaker spot.
We know that.
That's why they have hugely developed the Belt and Road Initiative and especially the Road Initiative. Yeah, throughout Central Asia, but mainly with Russia also. So if there is a big problem and China has the Strait of Malacca cut off, they can still have crucial resources from Russia, yeah, which will allow them to continue the war effort. So that's why Chinese are also made a corridor with Pakistan, but Pakistan is not a trustworthy partner in a Chinese point of view. And that's why they are making also deals with Iran, which can be a destabilizing force around the Strait of Malacca. Not just in Strait of Malacca, but surrounding the Indian Ocean. So we'll have to see also the position of India, what they will decide if the conflict goes really seriously against China. There are very interrogation points.
China and Russia need each other. We can't come up through China and invade Russia. Russia knows it. They got that whole area shut off. Iran, then you go all the way up North Korea. There's no way we're going to invade through that direction. Our only way to go
through Alaska
is go through. I can't
Alaska.
think of the name. That's too many mountains and not enough roads. We can't move a heavy military through there. Same.
Which is why the weakness of Russia is is
so
the
Ukraine's our only way
front.
through. Ukraine is the only way through to Russia for us.
Yeah, even the Bering Strait is protected by polar bears, which are Russians.
Who's going to control that battlefield right there? We can move a big enough army to attack Russia.
Yeah, bigger question will be, will Russia jump in China war? This is a very big question because that will, I think, also decide. Because if eastern, let's say, seaboard of China is choked, the Russian interests are also threatened. So if they have an alliance and Russia just jumps in from their, Vladivostok, and here they exert pressure, it will actually become literally a World War III. And because there are so many connections.
Already setting off China's coast. We got them all over the world. And 2 submarines could wipe out China completely.
Russia will certainly support China.
Wait, so I read something. I read something a couple of days ago that the U.S. has some sort of way to basically shut down. Well, not shut down, but like annihilate every single nuclear, nuclear. I guess like base or whatever. I can't think of the word. Yeah, like I have to Google this.
Are you thinking of the airborne kinetic kill devices?
Yeah.
Those don't work.
They don't. Okay.
No.
that was a test on that damn balloon that's flying over the U.S.
Look, if
that fucking balloon is still so funny to me. Like
they were running jammers. They were running alerts.
Well, out of all the places China can try and,
that was one good test. That was one
out of
good
all the
test
places China was trying to fucking spy on, they decided Minnesota.
Well, no.
That's
You guys
all
need to
our
understand.
nuclear silos.
There's 2 theories. Either it was, and I know you guys talked about this earlier in the stream, so I'm just going to touch on it real fast and move on. There's 2 theories. It was either a Chinese balloon, whether it's a weather balloon, spy balloon, whatever the hell you want it. It's either Chinese or it's an American balloon that they blamed on China because, false flag event.
False flags,
right.
Yeah.
So if it's a Chinese balloon, right?
It's a Chinese balloon, 100%.
Okay. Yeah, okay. If it's a Chinese balloon, this is the 5th time our airspace has been violated since 1990. Or even if you want to go further, since 1945 or 1943 when the Japanese flew their shit over here, their balloon. Which is funny because the only time the U.S. has been violated its airspace by another country has been by a balloon. So what's incredible is, what the hell? We had 9/11, which was, the big thing that we somehow lapsed on, and then now in 2023, a random ass Chinese spy balloon just doodles its way over here. Imagine America's image on the world stage, and this is what ties back. I'm going to tie back to the China thing, right? We can say America has all this technology, and we probably do. We probably have space lasers that can vaporize people's brains. Like, whatever, exaggerating. But
Star Wars.
What blows my mind? What blows my mind is the fact that they knew about this balloon for a while.
Yeah.
And they didn't fucking shoot it down because they were trying to mitigate damages on the ground. Dude, it's flying over the bumfuck Midwest America. Like, what the fuck?
No. It's flying over our nuclear silos. And since the theory goes, the spy satellite, if it's a spy satellite, had ground penetrating radar, had all sorts of crazy, extremely high-powered sensors on it, so that it could shoot it at the ground and scan what's under the ground. Maybe there's a bunker.
Talking about that balloon.
Yeah, no,
Stop
I'm moving on.
talking about that balloon.
But that's something
It's
that's
an
to touch on.
really.
Okay. That answers my question. Yeah, we're
There you
good.
go. That's why I was
the
there.
discussion just before with the involvement of Russia, if there is a war between United States and China, is more important and more relevant.
Yeah,
and of course, Russia will involve itself with China, because if there is a war between China and United States,
our troops in, let them get killed.
Please. If there is a war between United States and China, Japan will be involved in a way or in another.
Koreas,
and
Japan,
that will oblige the Russians to be involved, because Japan has a concern with their northern territory, the Kuril Islands. They really want them back.
Yeah,
and it's a crucial point for the Russians.
I would say that you can reference the Korean War as the model of what likely could happen in the war between maybe Taiwan and China. Because if you say Russia were to go to war over territories that they have no interest in, I don't think so. But to say that they might support, for example, North Korea was supported by the Soviet Air Force. Similarly, for the Vietnam War, the Soviet Air Force was involved as well, because the Chinese do not really have the Air Force per se to actually they don't really have the high-tech Air Force for most of their history. So it is the Russians that provided the air power for North Korea and for North Vietnam. So I believe that will be the case.
They don't have the combat experience in their jets. It's going to take years to get that.
Nobody has combat experience, really.
Well, wait a second now. Right now, the Chinese lead. Right now, the Chinese.
We'll even send any field our troops in on the ground.
Right now, the Chinese have more training flying hours than any NATO country combined.
Well,
they
that's
do.
Training hours,
that's what a lot of people don't understand. That means a lot.
Russia
of getting up there, using your jets, and yes, they do. But I'm talking about U.S. If we're going on that side, people are just negating China's Air Force. It is not as untrained as people think it is.
China's a fucking powerhouse, yeah. But and kind of to piggyback off what you're saying, it is just training hours. But if you really think about it, other than Russia and Ukraine, what country has peer-to-peer experience in the past 10 years? In the past 20 years, I'm in the United States Army, and majority of the people that I've served with, the majority of the people that I've served with have never seen combat. You don't actual combat experience is so rare to come by here. Yeah, you have your occasional war on terror soldier or Marine or whatever, but dude, that I was talking to my friend James about this last night. Dude, that war on terror is a war, that type of war, America will never fight that again. That experience is fucking useless.
See, after Vietnam was over in the late 70s, early 80s, hardly any troops in the U.S. had a combat experience.
Yeah.
That's what that whole Iraq war was. We all got combat experience in that war. We tested new weapons that was never tested in combat before. We did all that.
So what Mehdi
we're still doing it. We got many new weapons we ain't even put in combat.
What Mehdi was saying, the fact that China has so many like training hours for every single one of their individual pilots is fucking huge. Like I know a couple of warrant officers. I have a couple of friends that are warrant officers over here. I'm stationed here at Fort Bliss. I have a couple of friends that are warrant officers. I'm not, but I'm going to. I'm actually.
Go sit down.
I'm an FO with the 1st Armored, unfortunately, but I'm heading over to Hawaii actually this month. And I'm going to jungle school the moment I get there. But and that's why this whole China thing, like seriously, it just interests me, because if we were let me fix my there we go. If we were to go to war with China, like that would kind of be like my thing. Being over there with the 25th Infantry, and dude, China's fucking scary, bro. Like a lot of people are consistently talking about Russia, and like, dude, Slavs they're no fucking joke. Like they're fucking badass, but dude, China's fucked, bro. China is absolutely fucked. They're huge.
I think there was a talk about nuclear weapons. I'll just briefly go over it. And you're talking of nuclear war between China and Russia, China and US. There was a US university who studied nuclear war between India and Pakistan. And if you look at the warheads, they are very less as compared to larger powers. And by like we have about maybe 150 plus, India has 140 plus. So there was a comparison that in case these two I would not go to a nuclear war, what happens to the rest of the world? So that's very important. That's why people will just jump in and hold your hands. It's said that one is, of course, the distance is very less, so there'll be hardly any reaction time. So it will be mad, mutually assured destruction. You press one button and then all buttons are pressed. It's a spasm, and there's an automatic reaction. Now, in case 40 warheads are fired from each side, and they're not very big warheads, it destroys entire South Asia. It destroys, half of China because of the, those clouds, and there'll be freezing winter for 3 months in bulk of. So I think it's only North America which will be, or South America which will be saved. So you will have almost 2/3 of the world, including North Africa, Europe, including I think half of Russia, and South Asia, and half of China, totally devastated because there'll be no crops growing. And there'll be a lot of definite dead people who can't even evacuate. So we are talking of indirect effects of nuclear weapons of two smaller nuclear powers. So when you talk of big powers, that's why if the Russians had it their way, why couldn't they just use tactical nuke and finish the war? Why couldn't Trump said that I could bomb Afghanistan out of existence, but it could not. So this is how the restraint is there on the nuclear weapons. So I would keep the nuclear weapons out. Because China also has submarines, they can park. And I tell you, 3 striking New York, Washington, and San Francisco is, fucked up. So same is true for the Chinese.
No, you guys can help.
Yeah, so you have to go for conventional weapons. These are the calculations done by, I did some study, if you look at, Thomas Friedman, who was, or Lawrence Friedman, who was known as the, who wrote the Bible on nuclear warfare. In the last sentence, he concludes that there can't be any nuclear strategy, because when you start, entering a nuclear warfare, it's like entering into a dark room with, you're blinded, and then that dark room opening into 100 dark rooms. So you don't know the strategy. So nuclear warfare is not, M1A1 tanks or let's say Kalashnikov. This is a very, very serious business. But that's why, when there was India-Pakistan tension, everybody jumps in because they know the entire world could go up in smoke. So I think it's a very, very serious business, and I don't think so. US can knock out China through nuclear weapons.
Yes, that explains also why the US will not attack China ever, because China is the only country. If we look at what is Russia and Ukraine now, Ukraine has the best weaponry. But the Russians have, I don't know, discipline, whatever. And if you see that, like the China has over 1 billion population, they are the only ones that could definitely go inside of the US and bring it down. If nobody's willing, because it's so scary to use nuclear weapons, which is more than obviously, as Mr. Kuryavis said, then it's more than obvious that the Americans should be very, very, very afraid of ever going to war with China, because the Chinese are the only ones in this planet, besides the Indians, that could go to the US and definitely occupy it.
What a lot of people fail to realize is what a lot of people. What a lot of people fail to realize is the majority of Russia's military is all untrained conscripts.
No, Wakar, about the nuclear card, which need to be discarded because it's too horrible. I don't think the Chinese think that they are facing a rational United States. I believe the Chinese think the decision maker in United States are irrational. That's why they decided to build up their nuclear power. To be sure, if the United States is doing something, United States will be destroyed with nuclear fire.
All of us will.
To make sure of it. That's why they are building hundreds of nuclear silos in the middle of the desert, of their desert. It's not because because they are sure in United States the people who are in charge are irrational.
I can agree with that.
I got nothing to disagree there.
Say it again.
The political system in the USA has become very radical, and that's really a problem, even for Americans. You never know.
The U.S. is split more than it's ever been. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's why nuclear exchange is not a card to discard.
That's why when you guys
America
and you talk about how America is
East and West Coast are fucked.
The U.S. you guys are thinking of died like 20 years ago, right? The United States hasn't been unified at least for the past 20 years, not in the way most people overseas think. We've had quite a few discussions about that on here, especially politically. We've probably haven't been this divided politically since the Civil War, and I don't mean that to be hyperbole either. And for my U.S. friends in the chat, you see it every day, so I know that you guys know as well.
Yeah.
Man. The problem with Taiwan, the United States have no one to sacrifice for them. Yeah, there's nobody to sacrifice for them, like Ukraine for Russia. There is no Ukraine in Asia.
I've had the awkward position to find myself as a MAGA commie now. Can you imagine that? And that is how screwed up our political system is, because it's called the horseshoe effect. It's when both parties get so extreme that behind, they wind up horseshoeing the entire problem, find out a majority of them actually agree with each other. It's all the little bullshit that they keep us fighting about that stops that shit from getting solved. So I'm all right with being a MAGA commie. I don't give a shit. You know what I want to do? I want to live. I want my family to live. I want to have a fair world. I don't want my country out there stomping its foot everywhere. What I want is to be able to have fair trade between all countries, and all countries have a sovereign nation that, and I'm going to say it, that we do not fuck with. And I use the word intentionally, and I'll leave my rant there.
So I'm going to tag on this real quick. I know we need to get back. I mean, fucking America's political climate isn't really like the topic of discussion here, but I do want to go ahead and I want to just go ahead and say I feel like America's the thing is, if everyone just with the Constitution, if everyone just fucking paid attention to the Constitution and does this right infringe on someone else's? No. Okay, cool. Then fucking leave it. Why worry about it? And I feel like as long as we just pay attention. What was that?
Because we're playing Empire.
Yeah.
Well, but the empire is falling apart, and that is more than obvious. I don't know if you had the opportunity.
The empire is falling apart. Yes, you're correct. Yeah. No one here knows that.
Yeah.
Every empire falls.
Mr. Schultz was in Brazil, and in the press conference, the Brazilian president, I don't know if you had the opportunity to listen to that press conference. The Brazilian president said many things, which are quite interesting because things will change pretty much in the near future. He said, for instance, he is trying to convey a kind of a world's freedoms group with 10, 20 countries that are respected. This is very important. And that the intellectuals, in the people that are intervening in this war, and we are also talking about Germany and all the European Union, the United States, they have wasted, rationally, they have wasted their ability to bring something good to the world. Well, he said for freedom, but it was more than understandable that he was talking about it. It's like the non-aligned world is losing their patience and might come to some solutions that nobody was expecting. He was talking about bringing India, Indonesia, and China, especially China, to say, this is not the world that we want. So that's why I say the empire is falling apart and things are moving around the world, and they are not so disorganized like we may think. And that's not all about China, Ukraine, European Union. There are many more actors nowadays which play quite an interesting role, and they will come to light. Let's just wait a bit.
Sorry, so I agree with you that.
I want to ask, brother, where are you from?
To understand,
because you are the first time here.
For Chinese and also for the Indians, I mean, they dominated the world for what, 4,000 years. They were the biggest economy, the center of humanity, and then there were a parenthesis of about 200, 300 years where the West dominated, and that parenthesis is actually closing. That's how they see things. So that's why it's perfectly understandable.
Every empire falls.
They have another time frame. For them, long term is not 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. For them, long term is 50 years, 100 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
How long was Rome?
America's like empire or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I can say it is falling, but at the same time, you got to look at like the landscape for like every other country. Like, who comes close? Even as we are deteriorating, who comes fucking close?
Nobody.
That's fucking better economy than you. Look! Obama tried to begin protectionism, and then Donald Trump came in power, and he made protectionism, and we see the result. The commercial balance sheet of the United States is even worse. And then Biden came to power, and he tried also to make protectionism. He's trying to make protectionism, especially against Europeans.
I just thought of something. I think it's really fucking funny.
What we are actually seeing is that United States is unable to get to work again, like in the 40s and 50s. That's finished. United States is not able. Your country is not able to get to work.
People are fucking lazy.
To have all those factories were actually in China, in Vietnam, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, coming back to United States. It's not possible. Why? I don't know why. The result is
discipline.
What's that really fucking? What's that really?
The result.
Well, what's that really cringy phrase, like fucking soft times create hard men create good times, good times create soft men, whatever. That's literally what we're at. Like that's what we're experiencing. Like America hasn't been in like a real fucking like oh shit moment in fucking years. Yeah, we've been in military conflicts. We haven't been at war since Vietnam. And I don't think people understand that. We have not been at war. We have not been at war. We have not declared war. No one's declared war on us.
Well, you're talking about total war. You're talking about total war. That's true.
I'm talking about a declaration of war. There has not been a declaration of war that the United States has been involved in since Vietnam.
Declaration of war doesn't mean no war. Yeah, you made a declaration, not a real declaration, but war on terrorism. Yeah. War on terrorism means killing people with drones, with predators, sending special forces, invading
you understand
a country.
That there was no. Like, what I'm trying to say is there was no risk to the United States citizen. There was no risk. There hasn't been risk to the United States since fucking basically World
The
War
war
II.
on terrorists
Correct. It's
did
World War
go
II.
inside the streets of the
Yeah, I
United
said
States.
Vietnam earlier. My bad, man.
Europe had lots of attacks, terrorist attacks during those periods. It just made it worse. And the United States also had a lot of attacks, and even India had a surge on attacks.
Bro, the United States is more worried about kids getting shot at schools than a terrorist attack. Let's be real about it.
I don't get you. I mean, since the beginning of 19th century, United States were involved outside its country.
Oh, we're always meddling in shit. Like, we're always involved. Like,
Of course, it's not the American people who wanted to have the Monroe Doctrine to control the Americas and then control all the sea routes. That's why America is first and foremost a thalassocracy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that. I mean, your success in history is thanks to your military, thanks to your economy, thanks to your financial supremacy.
That's every empire.
We have made it constitutionally impossible for you to be able to invade the United States.
That's just on paper, man. Your constitution is just a piece of paper.
No, but the Chinese can do it. So the US
and your military are doing what they want.
The Chinese can do it, and you should be very, very scary.
China's fucking scary, bro. That's what I was talking about.
I was very scared when I saw what's her name, the former chief of Democrats, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, holy Constitution, oh, come on. Oh, come on. She was the first to spit on the Constitution, of your own Constitution.
She doesn't respect the Constitution. She's not.
I have a quick question.
I think you can't. I'm going to put up a take. I don't think anybody can invade the United States, because to invade the United States would be to inherently accept that you are willing to destroy the entire world, because America is not going to surrender. There is no such thing as a surrendered United States. That will never happen. The military. Yeah, the military.
The only ones that can do it are the Chinese, and I think that's why I think the U.S. is not going to war with China. That would be way too dangerous because they are so massive.
No. I actually want to hear your logic. Hold on, guys, hold on. I want to hear. Guys, stop.
Let Alan speak. Go ahead.
Prada, I want to hear. How is it possible that China could invade the U.S.? What would happen? Are you talking about culturally invade and like tear us down from the inside, or like militarily
coming inside? Well, taking in questions, you attack a country, you expect to be attacked back, right?
I would imagine for a near peer enemy, yes.
Please believe it or not, yes, that's what I would do.
So if you go into a war with China, the United States have to be aware that the Chinese will have a way to get inside of the United States. It doesn't matter how many millions have to die. They will bring people inside, and they will bring war to their doors. Might not be invasion as we're seeing, but United States, as we have been discussing, is not prepared to destroy the whole world. Well, they will kill themselves as well.
Yeah, that's my point. There's no scenario in this where
there's no scenario for China
irrational decisioners, except if you have irrational decisioners. That's what the Chinese thinks about the United States, actually.
The only way anybody would ever be able to fucking put boots on ground in the United States.
Yeah, and the Chinese don't have the will to put to put troops on the ground in United States, but it will be a nuclear exchange.
But you can make terrorism like they did in Russia now. They were able to place bombs on fabrics on.
We're talking specifically about military intervention in the United States.
Don't worry about like nukes. I'm not talking about.
It never happened
or anything like that.
The only thing that China can do is to crumble, to put on its knees the United States economically and financially. That's all they can do.
Because
it will be enough for China to don't have United States as an opponent.
This is what I'm talking about.
The
only way that they would ever be able to cripple the United States economy is by basically attacking California. That's basically
no competition.
No, too much crackhead. They don't need to do anything with California. No,
what I'm saying is like
they need to attack the supremacy of US dollars. They need to attack the supremacy of US dollars.
No,
That's
they just have to wait for another economical crisis coming from the West.
In order to attack the United States economy, you have to knock out San Diego, LA. California has a higher what's it, GPA or whatever the fuck.
GDP.
Then majority of countries on the fucking planet. California is a singular state. That's where majority of our fucking income comes from, is California, as much as I fucking hate California.
We've talked about this before. If Drew was here, he'd go crazy the moment you brought up GDP, because GDP is not a good like international measuring stick.
Yeah, it's quite true.
Yeah.
You can't measure GDP.
Price product parity. Price product parity is exactly what you would
made
say.
a statement to open mic before about GDP. If you look at the California GDP, it's higher than Russia. California alone, that little thing with full of crackhead there, has a GDP which is higher than entire Russia. How can you explain that Russia can have dozens of nuclear submarines capable of launching ICBMs, a space program, GPS, GLONASS system, first oil producer, first grain producer and exporter, not producer, but exporter of grain. They have all the Mendeleev table. They have everything. How can California be much richer than Russia, the entire of Russia? That's bullshit, man. That's bullshit. Yeah.
No, I think we all agree. On paper, it doesn't make sense, but it's because of the system in place, right?
Yeah.
What the value of California to the United States may have been in the past its industry and its innovative like ability, but its money now.
The crackheads, the hookers. I mean, come on.
No, but yeah, I'm saying now its money is imaginary because the money there is simply put into companies located in California. That's where the money comes from. Yeah.
So tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not going to go on a rant here. Yeah, probably. So I'm just thinking about it. So a lot of people talk about like the end of the world and shit. It can come from like fucking like nuclear war or whatever. But I'm honestly like I'm basically fucking convinced that it comes from the collapse of the U.S. dollar. I feel like if the U.S. dollar fails, the entire world economy fails. So I feel like that's also...
It won't. Because you see now the collapse of the euro, but not the collapse of the dollar. The U.S. still holds a lot of anchors in this system that we have. It won't be from today to tomorrow. There's still a lot to happen for something so horrible to ever succeed.
It will begin with the pricing of all goods. If you see the pricing of all goods shifted outside the US dollars, then the US dollars will be in trouble.
You can also say the same thing about China too. Majority of things that
is the theory of the velocity of money. If actually countries stop using even though if they use it as a reference, but if they stop using dollars to purchase things, but use their own coins, the dollar will have they will imagine something else, very very fast computers, but the dollar will start breaking because we live in the time of the velocity of money. The dollar is held today by how many transactions we used with the dollar. It's not bad because if you see the United States has almost a negative commercial balance, right? How is it possible that the dollar
printing money?
I would like to get.
I gotta Google that.
If I may. Somebody brought up what Drew said about the real measurement of the economy, and I was chatting with people in the chat. I don't know if you read it, but I think what Drew is saying, it's the price product parity that really matters, is who gets the most out of every dollar or won spent for for their weapons programs. And we get slaughtered with that. Russia spent 68 billion. Look what they pulled out in 1 year. We spent 206 billion in that same time frame, and look what we put out. Now, if America ever had to get back to a wartime footing, manufacturing wise, it would take years, because we just don't have the machine centers and stuff like that we once did, because it followed where we sent them to go. Russia never stole it. I mean, China never stole it from us. We let them have it because they were providing the labor for it at a cheaper rate so we could fill our pockets with dollars. And we back then said that's a dangerous thing, because what if we ever needed to go to war? Now those machining centers are out there. The people that know how to run them are no longer in the United States. So there's another problem. You would have to chain all these machinists while all these machines are being built to actually get on a wartime footing. And then America comes to another problem. Is it missiles or jets? What's more effective right now on today's battlefield are piloted vehicles that cost billions to create, worth or better for your operational goals than just using missiles and putting the tech in there that you can turn out at a faster rate that basically is more bang for the buck per successive kill. I mean, it's just our view of war needs to change very quick, because we're seeing the age of the drone right now. But I was, the chieftain, he's an armor officer, brought up something good. He said that EW, electronic warfare, is getting to the point on those front lines that those drones are not as operational as everybody thinks they are. And that's the thing. They're going to have their moment. But eventually the countermeasure will come. And then now comes the next level of war, which is the space in between, the technology gain to beat that. That's how war drives economies, worlds, everywhere, and they got their fingers in it. And when you got nuclear involved, it's the thing that happened in NATO. They made themselves too weak to be effective to do anything, but strong enough to blow up the world, which put them, they didn't have any in between to match them. So it was one extreme or the other. And that's where we're stuck right now, because they decided that nuclear weapons would actually protect Europe instead of having strong regular army service forces. That's the end of it. That's where we are right now.
And that's
the
intrinsic problem of any thalassocracy. The power is geared toward offensive. So you made only offensive weapons, supremacy of air power, satellites, and so on. And the Russians and the Chinese are developing defensive weapons, missiles.
I would assume that the West, instead of using the resources on producing hardware weapons, they put all their effort into winning by democracy, freedom and democracy, which is actually its psychology. I am pretty sure that was the card they thought they would win this war.
It worked
via
for a while.
freedom. Yes, exactly.
Man.
Until now, and now it seems like they are on their back heels. I didn't think they expected Russia to attack they did.
Look, you said last time that was the cybernetics, the production of Mr. Mehdi said that this war is the war of drones. No, this is the war of words. The control of information has never been so huge like today.
I'm talking specifically on the battlefield.
The construction of narratives is huge.
Mind control.
Yes,
say, go on. Who was Bjorn? Go on.
I just wanted to say about the battlefield itself, not the propaganda machine and all that. That's a whole different sphere of battle. That's been going on for a long time.
It has never been so huge like today.
Mehdi, you're totally correct. I just want to add to what you're saying, that the reason for that is that I believe they put all their efforts into brainwashing people, actually, to win via the democracy, lifting up the woman. Then they have 50%. The pride flag, the rainbow flag, there you have 75% of the world's population. These are extremely extremely clever people in psychology and neurobiology, and that's the reason I think they are now find themselves on the back heel, because they wasn't prepared for this situation.
Yeah,
it was the only thing they knew, though.
Clever. They were so clever. They don't understand the world. Yeah, putting LGBTQ values in something. Yeah, and see the rest of the world how they react. Ah, great.
I would like to comment with the
face the reality here in Europe, here in France. I can tell you. I mean, democratic values have going backwards. Instead of more freedom, instead of more democracy, we have less democracy thanks to the European Union and the way it's
a
working.
Trap. It's a trap. That thing with the global with the rainbow. Yeah, with the rainbow flag, there you have all the women, all the colors.
Talking about real social issues, start talking about societal issues like freedom of sex and gender thingy and all that.
And at the same time, out of nothing, they create social movements out of nothing. It can be something else. It can be something unexpected, and suddenly something that represents 0.001% of the population become a major social problem that everybody has to review itself on it now. Or even the idea that we have to create new realities, social realities, like creating people that don't define themselves as a man or a woman, no, that see themselves in a scale of positions. Okay, I am a sociologist. This exists. But this doesn't exist as a political movement. It's actually it's actually more a source of psychological violence than it is of social rights. Sorry for that.
No, I agree, because I wanted to just one thing, if I may, and please, Wokar, I definitely want to hear you. I just would you, we're seeing like neuro-linguistic programming, things like that are being done to people, and it's done very slowly. It sleeps into your brain. Exactly. And people don't understand it. It's so repetitive that it starts changing your inner thoughts, as in the speech that you have with yourself when you make decisions. And that's what it does. And it's very dangerous.
Yeah, I would like to now just comment on the issue of hybrid warfare. We have done a study here, and I think it's now very common. The hybrid warfare that we now see is basically having actually about 12 or 13 components, but I'll just talk of 4 or 5 which are. It's become a science now. It's not, I would say, something that's just popped up. So in that case, the main reason is because everybody has an information device, so you can be connected and you can be influenced. So that was basically the premise. Now it has an informational thing that you call it propaganda, use of media, whatever. So that is one major tool. You have diplomatic tools. So these are basically non-kinetic tools. You're not using military force. Then you have basically the attack on leadership. It's one of the major tools that start degrading the system. You degrade the leadership. You actually then create a wedge between the people and the leadership. And then you have threat of use of force, still non-kinetic. Like people talk of, let's America can never be attacked, or it has aircraft carriers or nuclear power. It is threat of use of force. It is not physical use of force, all in non-kinetic domain. So then the bigger power would be able to do it better, because they can definitely apply these tools in I would say synchronized fashion. If you look at Libya, look at Syria, Iraq, it was all in non-kinetic domain initially. So you broke the bond between the people and the leadership or the regime. I mean, regime change. It even happened in Ukraine. The Maidan was part of the non-kinetic warfare. So hybrid war will have basically 5 tools which are non-kinetic, and 1 tool will be kinetic, which is use of special forces, non-state actors, or military if it desires. And the targets are the fault lines. So every society has fault lines. For instance, in our case, it would be interprovincial disharmony. In India, it could be class gap and all that. So you target those. If you look at Libya, it's a classical example of hybrid war, or the color revolution. Basically, they were all Sunnis. They were very happy. I tell you, it was a welfare state under Gaddafi. But there was basically the Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, the 2 groups which have been, going for power. and they were made to fight, and then they toppled. In Syria, it was Shias versus Alawis and Sunnis, and in case of Iraq, it was again Sunnis versus Kurds versus the Shiites. So this is a science, I would say, and so don't get, I would say, perturbed. This is a proper science. This is a part of warfare. What has happened in Ukraine was that initially it remained in the hybrid war category, especially the Russian came into Crimea. If you look at the information war on both sides. Later on, I would say that the conventional war, the kinetic part has become heavier. A non-kinetic is going on. You look at information war from both sides, you find the impact. So I would say that it's going to continue and it will become more and more sophisticated.
Quite true.
Yeah, so
my man's just been holding his fucking hand up.
Oh yeah. So what I kind of wanted to comment on, this is kind of everything put together. Hybrid warfare, fifth generation warfare, brainwashing of many people, a lot of different kind of things. The question is, who's the target of this, right? The target is going to be the younger generations, because the younger generations are going to be who can make change in the future, because you can make enemies of the people in charge right now. It's dependent all on the kind of game you're playing. This stems from Bjorn's concept of some of these people who come up with these ideas. They're smart, but in very, very narcissistic, sadistic ways.
Yeah, I just want to.
I see it all around me every single day. I see it all around me every single day.
Alan,
I'll tell you that.
There's only one thing. It's only one. Can I just say one thing now? And I will not say so much more. And because I'm from Norway, so this is a society they are opposed to put on the whole globe, right? And what I warn you about, this trap is very, very clever, because they come up with one rule to help you, they come up with a second rule to help you, and eventually you have 500,000 rules that are just there to help you, to lift the woman up, make equality, all these things. But the trap is they remove the chaos, because all of a sudden it's like they put a fishnet over you, that for every new rule there's a new node in the fishnet, and at the end there are no way out. There are only good rules, but the trap isn't the individual rules. The trap is the sum of the rules, which create this fishnet that are thrown over you. Put that in your reminder of your head, everybody on the planet.
Alan, I would just say that this is like people tend to create resistance to propaganda. It works if it is new, if it is sophisticated, but after a while, it starts losing its ability to convince people. So, and
no. I fundamentally agree with you. I fundamentally agree with you, but for one, there's one thing I think is missing from that, and that is my generation. We got brainwashed by the social media, by TikTok, all the social trends to try to one-up one another. I'm speaking at least Western young people. And they will eventually get past it, and then they'll be pissed. And there's a lot of young men who are very, 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 let's put it nicely, they don't have anywhere to put all of their desire and strength, right? Frustrations. So
how old do you think an adult, a person becomes an adult in our societies?
21.
No,
maybe 24.
35 now.
Yeah.
People become socially. People become. These are new children. Yes. No, people become adults in Western societies just after 35 years. That's when they really go to find a job and start.
Wait, you mean like you're done developing mentally, like as a man? Yeah.
No, not as a man, as an adult. Yes.
I just wanted to add, with regards to like all the psychological warfare and stuff like that, also kind of to add to what Alan was saying, how do the masses react when they realize that they're being lied to? Because from my experience,
that's
spin doctors.
Yeah.
No.
Like,
I'll tell you what it'll be. Once the propaganda wears off and the people get angry, one of the two outcomes, and maybe I'm pessimistic, one of the two outcomes is a group of people gain power who have lived through all this crap, and then they do something. Wyatts heard me tell the story a billion times. He's like, "Shut up, dude." But they're going to make the Holocaust look like a joke. They're going to let all that frustration and rage that's been built up, if we're lucky, yeah. There is a non-zero chance that whether it be in the United States or some other nation, there's going to be a group of people who are growing up right now, living their lives being kicked on in whatever form by society, and it's only going to build another Hitler. We've talked about it before. The next Hitler's already been born.
So
yeah, I think I'll just try to highlight that. It's a very important question by Mr. T. That,
everybody talk all at once.
Yeah, sorry. Why it's becoming persistent now? Because initially it was very easy. You had let's say the state had TV and radio, or maybe the cable. The state could influence. Now everybody is an opinion maker. So we become digital tribes. I tell you, it's becoming so difficult now to get out of this bubble. So when the impressions are created, for instance, let's say there are Trumpsters and then there are Democrats. You can't change them. So they live in their digital tribes. So nowadays the propaganda has become very, very lethal and effective. Even in this discourse, at time you were taking Ukrainian side and the Russian side. We are very, very hardened stance. Very difficult to become neutral. So I feel that now it's becoming even easier to influence the mind, because there are people who are primed. They want to listen to their own channels. They want to read their own newspapers. They would not like to even listen to other argument. So it's very easy to actually let's say affect their mind. What has happened is the attack on the fault line. Now, what are the fault lines? Let's say I talk of Pakistan. So we have four different nations. So this is one national fault line. Somebody is a Baluchi or Punjabi. So you can start targeting the youth. There could be sectarians, Shia, Sunni divide, and there are themes that you can target. Then there is the haves and have-nots divide, like 99% versus 1%. It's a very common theme. Then there are socialists and Democrats. So you can do it, if somebody is really targeting it. So you weaken the society. And the only thing is, I think the West thought, I will not really criticize, but they thought they were smart so it could happen forever. No, I think people learned it, and then they came a counter, let's say, information warfare. And now it's affecting the, I think, Western societies in Europe, in America, because initially they were being done against, let's say, softer state who did not really understand the nuances of hybrid war. Now people have understood it. If you look at the Russian information warfare, it's very, very sophisticated, I tell you. Look at the Russian-speaking areas, it's very, very sophisticated. Same is true, China versus the West. And now I feel the West is also into this vicious cycle that the youth itself has become bewildered, and they are now asking questions from the leadership. So it's really becoming, and then the news has just, a life of 24 hours. For instance, this balloon thing, I think tomorrow you will forget it, something else would come up, there'll be a whale, dancing somewhere on the western coast, and then people will start following that. So it's very easier to, somebody said spin doctors. So now, there could be, a TikToker who could attract the entire world. So it's becoming very, very easy actually if you're not very careful. And there's a need to guide the youth. I feel it's a big challenge.
Okay, so so three things. One, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Wakar. I saw in the comments people were talking about like a mustache competition. You won, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're killing it. Second thing is, so I saw that the topic of this open mic was like NATO's like panic military, like basically like rush, like it's just sending shit into Ukraine. So like what I really wanted to talk about, we can continue talking about this, but I do want to touch on, like, maybe I came in a little too late. All the Bradleys that we've sent in, all the Leopards that NATO has sent in, all of like the Abrams that the US has sent in, like, what are we doing with them? How are we utilizing them? And like what really is the outcome like of all of this support that NATO's sending without actually getting involved? I'm actually really interested to see like what you guys have to say about that.
If I may ask something first, why do you think the Americans are sending their tanks much later than the German ones that performed so badly in the few scenarios where they were applied.
Are you talking about Abrams?
Yeah, the Abrams will just arrive on the end of the year or 2023.
Okay, so
it's logistically impossible to have Abram tanks to get Abram tanks.
But why do you, but what bullshit. Happens if the world is renewing all its arsenary, and the ones that perform the better in the Ukrainian war scenario will probably be the ones more what you guys, the ones that people that other countries will buy. You see, I think the Americans are making it on purpose that the Germans send their Leopards so that people see the Germans are garbage. Let's see how the Americans perform.
There's a couple things they're doing.
I saw Alan and T were raising their hands. I just want to say one thing really quick before you guys go on. I just so you guys all know, I have no idea the time frame on when these vehicles get here or anything like that. But yeah, no, Alan and T, I saw you guys were raising.
Yeah, T, go ahead. You haven't spoken for a while.
Yeah, I think with regards to the time frame for the American tanks, I think one of the reasons they want to send it in so late is because they're hoping they won't need to. Like they're hoping the conflict will be over in a year's time, which goes back to something that was published this week by the Duran Corporation, where they actually urged the White House and the American government to wrap up the war by the summertime, because for the first time I saw somewhere written and it was admitted that that a prolonged war doesn't benefit the United States. I could send the link to the article. And also, do you guys follow Willie I Am or Willie on YouTube, the guy that does the interviews with the fighters in Ukraine?
Yeah, he interviews the foreign mercs. Yeah,
that was a very interesting. A lot of people think it was fake. I mean, whatever, but he's a decently trustworthy source. So I would imagine he would have done his homework on that.
Let me add something about the Abram tanks. Why the
United States is
well, here, let Alan go first. He's been trying to
So with the Abrams tank, yeah, no, it is. It's about the Abrams. Is the first thing about the Abrams and sending them, right? It does make sense that if we're trying to undercut the German industry, we would try to get them to give up all their shit so we can undercut them and kind of swoop in and be the guarantors of military industrial.
Get a participation trophy.
Yeah. And secondly, sending these tanks, I've said it before, is just pissing on Ukraine and saying that it's raining. You're not going to win a war with coincidentally 14 Leopard 2s and 88 Leopard 1s.
Well, with NATO in total, I think they sent something stupid like 88 tanks in total. 88 Leopards.
It's 44. No, guys. 44? It's 14, 88.
That's how we know we're in a simulation, guys.
Yeah, dude.
Well, no, because no, Germany themselves sent 14 Leopards. I know that, but Spain
and 88
sent
Leopard 1s. Yeah.
Spain sent some.
44 Spain, Portugal 4. I see 18 from
I'm
Sweden.
retarded. I don't know what I'm talking about.
18 from Sweden. I see. Well, from memory, I don't know, but I thought it was 144.
It is 144 in total. That's how many tanks Ukraine will be receiving. But Germany is sending 14 Leopard 2s and 88 Leopard 1s. Do you guys know?
So like my main question is, how the fuck are they going to utilize these? Like
they don't have ammunition for the Leopards 1.
They don't have training on these fucking weapon systems. Like
the comments are blowing up right now.
yeah. Actually, I would come with a repetition. I think Kyle may not have heard. We discussed it even in the last discussion. One is that please calculate how many tanks and armor Ukrainians have lost. I think it runs into thousands. So you can calculate the age of 150 armor vehicles. I call them armor vehicles irrespective of their APCs or tank. I am being, an armor officer and commanded a brigade. I have commanded 150 tanks. So I know what is the worth of an armor brigade size force. So that's if NATO is totally sending that. I think one, it is too late. There was a question of training last time we discussed that to train good gunners and good drivers, integrate the fighting machine, the crews, the troops, and the squadron and regiment takes a lot of time. So assume that to have a good gunner, I said last time, 5 to 10 years, let's say 2 years, but Ukrainian doesn't have 2 years to train. One is that. The other is, Western tanks coming to Ukrainians who are used to 3-man tank crew. So again, there's a conversion. And I think they're going to become sitting ducks because when you can't operate it efficient, unless, the NATO and the Americans send their own crews. So that's the big question. Then in case they can afford it, to make it useful, I tell you, that will be a good idea, or Blackwater comes in and operates that. The other thing is that in case of armor, you use it, the concentration of armor is very important. Patton said that more you use, the lesser you will lose. So it's shock and awe is only through when you use it in mechanized brigades and divisions. If you do it in squadrons and companies in a defensive battle, they will lose their effect. And especially if you are pitched against Russian motorized rifle division, mechanized division. So I think if you are putting them in penny pockets, ideally it should be combined into an armor brigade, and have some punch for a counter-offensive. So don't do them.
You brought up. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Should I put it in one comment here?
Tank coming in late 2023 or begin 2024 is bullshit. I mean, if United States wanted to be more fast, they can do it because they have already Abrams tanks in Ramstein base in Germany.
So, it's more symbolic. That's more symbolic.
It's
Could I put in one comment here?
A PR stunt to try to fuck the European military-industrial complex. That's all.
So, Wakar, Kyle, you brought something. Oh, what's up?
Kyle, could I answer your question with a conspiracy theory? I think it's okay for us to have some conspiracy theories. Worst case scenario.
Those are my favorite answers, dog. Let's hear it.
So, Kyle, I think exactly the same thing. What it seems like they're not interested in winning this war. Almost they do like stupid mistakes. Kind of why did they do that? As if they don't care.
It's like baiting. I feel like the U.S. is doing a lot of baiting.
Yeah, it's probably two possible reasons that they don't want to win. Really, they don't care if they win or not. The one theory is that they just want to get rid of Ukrainians and Russian soldiers. But the second idea, this is a conspiracy theory, but it's a dangerous one because if these people in NATO and USA, these are the smartest people, guys. Don't mistake them for anything other than that. So I
use the word smart lightly here, but
don't overestimate them. I know some of these people are not as smart as you might think.
But one day I just came up with this idea. Why are they doing this? Is stupid. They are not stupid. Why are they doing these stupid things on the battlefield? And it could be that they want to use this war as an excuse to go down into the bunkers, like slowly escalating the war to a certain extent that they need to go down into their bunkers with their families and everything. And then, because if they think they're never going to get their global state, I think the plan B is just to nuke the whole planet.
NATO,
but then they need to go. Then they need to go down to the bunkers.
He's already under a bunker.
The longer.
But they need to.
In the United States, actually, you have irrational people who make decisions.
But we talk about millions of people. We talk about millions of people with their families. They're not going to nuke. They're not going to nuke the whole planet without their families. They need take their families and loved ones with them down in the bunkers. And then
they already have their own bunker.
We're all going to turn
preparing for that.
We're all going to talk at the exact same time.
What's going on. The wealthiest men on the planet have a bunker.
If we're going to get completely dark, I think it's just inevitable before nuclear war breaks out, because if you look back at history, humanity's always had wars with the worst possible weapons they could find.
If a nuclear war does break out, nobody wins per se. However, Russia will lose. Russia and China will lose. 100%. 100%.
Why? They can move their population to another part of the country. They have such a huge country.
The only place that isn't targeted by U.S. and French and German bombs is basically just like northern Siberia, like.
And the world is warming, so Siberia might be quite livable in a few years. So that's not even.
Let's hope they wait.
If nuclear war breaks out, I just pray that I'm knocked out instantly because I don't want to have to deal with the bullshit.
Yeah, fuck that.
Comes
Absolutely
after that.
not.
But you see, the longer the war goes,
mentioning New Zealand because they're preparing for big shit, and those who stay in United States have bunkers. I mean, they are preparing for it.
Yeah, and because if you look back at it historically, for example, like in World War I, they knew they had machine guns, but they still had the first battles were like marching across no man's land, getting mowed down. So the great powers or the great armies always fought with the highest technology they had and massacred each other. And then in World War II, you had mass carpet bombing raids. So I think it's just a matter of time before we start using everything we have against each other. I hope I'm wrong, but
I think the most important question about like whether or not if there's a nuclear war. Hold on a second. The most important question about whether or not there's a nuclear war is: will there still be Uber Eats? Because that's really what I'm concerned about.
So guys, we're kind of ignoring a fact that is the world is shifting. The power politics in the world is shifting, has been shifting, and the longer the war goes, the more evident it stays that Asia has risen. It's the rise of Asia is definitely the point here. And the US and its allies, European Union, G7, NATO, and so on, they have become a very close bloc. And if they were really preparing themselves to kill themselves, they wouldn't be closing itself they wouldn't be closing themselves in themselves. Sorry, I'm running away. Do I make myself understand? The West is closing themselves. They don't need a nuclear war. They are decoupling from the rest of the world because they see they can't do anything against what is coming. The rise of Asia.
So like I'm shitty. I'm sorry, guys. I want to reel it back a little bit and get more into like the smaller the smaller vision here. So I'm still trying to figure out so with the tanks that we sent, especially with the Bradleys that the U.S. sent over, and how we're training these operators to or these soldiers to operate these fucking weapon systems. So I've been in
mercenaries.
I've been in the first armored division for quite a while. I've been in the army for about 6 years. Sophie, go over there.
I think I need to get a headphone.
All right,
but for the Bradley, even just during a gunnery training session, there's so much talk in between the crew members. You have to say drive her up, and then they go up, and then you fucking identify a target, fire. They have this. The Bradley has this really cool thing. It's called the hunter killer. It's a hunter killer system. So you have your commander using the CIV, the independent viewer. So it scans back and forth looking for people, and once it finds something, you can click a button that automatically rotates that turret to what you're looking at. So you have your gunner scanning, and then you have that independent viewer scanning as well. So the gunner finds somebody, it shoots at them, and then that commander can hit a button that automatically turns the turret to the next target. So it's the hunter-killer system. But how are we going to train these soldiers to fucking utilize that in a way that fucking means anything? Because I promise you, if we put a couple of fucking retarded Ukrainians in this fucking Bradley, what are they going to do?
Kyle, how long did it take to train a U.S. serviceman? You were armor.
Yeah. So
how long did it take?
It took me, and this is after this is literally every single day training on this weapon system. It took me 6 months to get proficient. And dude, does Ukraine have 6 months? Like that's the thing. Is like, do they have the time to fucking proficiently train on these weapon systems and actually utilize them?
So here's a fun question. All these advanced tanks, Bradleys, Abrams, Leopards, shit, the Challenger 2s. One question. What do they do to stop a Lancet drone with a shape charge crashing into the roof and killing everyone in one shot?
Yeah, absolutely fucking nothing.
Nothing.
So and that's where we kind of come down to like how we utilize these weapon systems.
Is it okay now? What? Okay.
Yeah, that's how we utilize these weapon systems. Like, so I see a lot of fucking like Russian like cringy ass edits, like with the fucking music playing in the background of like them taking out fucking like BMPs and shit like that when they're just being utilized incorrectly. The way that you're supposed to utilize a Bradley is you're supposed to, well, so as a forward observer, I'm an FO in the United States Army, and so I don't like. The way that we utilize ours, we have specific like fist vehicles, fire support vehicles. So instead of having toes on the side of our Bradley, we have an FS3, which is basically just a fucking big ass laser that you shoot out. It goes out to 30 kilometers. You can shoot it out, get a 10-digit grid, fucking send that up, send that to artillery, or you can control aircraft with it, and basically just fucking put warheads on foreheads, I guess. But like the way you utilize them is the big question here, because I see a lot of just people just especially with the Ukraine thing going on, just fucking people just sending armored vehicles like forward, just go, and they're just getting absolutely fucking ate up because they don't have like infantry support, they don't have any of the artillery support that they need. They just say, oh, this has armor, let's push it forward, and they get fucking obliterated. I've also been a part of a striker team before. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the United States Striker. I've been a part of that. Bro, a striker, a fucking 308 can penetrate striker armor. A 308 can penetrate striker armor. I've seen it happen. Like, so people just think, oh, it's an armored vehicle, it can just go. It can't. It needs the support that you send forward with it. So, like, my main thing is, like, I have no faith. Like, I'm probably the only person in DPA that has this take. But I'm slightly pro-Ukraine. I was pro-Russia for a bit. I'm slightly pro-Ukraine now just because seeing all the shit that's been going on. But, like, just, like, seeing the way that these things are utilized, dude, I don't see how Ukraine can come back from like the shit show that they're in. Honestly, it doesn't matter what we send them. It doesn't matter what we send them.
Launch an offensive.
What was that?
In direction of Mariupol. They have 80 tanks, right? If they can gather the whole tank group and launch an offensive toward Mariupol.
It depends on how they do it, man. Like I just don't see them being able to train enough crewmen to be able to operate these weapon systems, because I literally spent every single day for 6 months operating on this vehicle, and I only got semi-proficient on it.
I think the terrain near Melitopol is way too flat, isn't it? Wait,
no
too
idea.
Flat? I think it's very flat there.
Well,
so
it's not mountains.
It's very hard for them.
It's always about how entrenched it is.
No, there are some parts of it more mountains.
Well, yeah, but it
matter.
doesn't
Especially in the west, but except for some hills, the rest of Ukraine is plain flat.
But I think you don't have any cities where they can hide. So until now, we have been seeing the resistance of Ukrainian army is where there are a big concentration of locality of cities or little village. But in that part to the north of Melitopol, Zaporizhia, they call it. It's very empty. They don't have anywhere.
Soviet concrete is very good quality.
Just like Volodar.
There's also a question of different role of the role of armor. We have, I think Kyle maybe understands it. Tank is basically an offensive weapon, I tell you. So if you have priority, it is in the offensive. Then you have, if you put it in the defense, it is in the counter-offensive or counter-attack, and then maybe in a retrograde or withdrawal. If you're using it in a bunker or a building, then you are literally using it like an AT. So you don't need Abrams or let's say Challengers or Leopard 2 because an ATGM can do it better, Actually, it will be more beneficial. So the dilemma with the Ukrainian forces, as Kyle has pointed out, one is the training. I don't think so they'll be fully fit even to spend 1 year because you're shifting from 3-man tank crew to 4-man tank crew, and they have to, I think, do the operators and loaders also train. Then there's a communication system which is different, fire control system is different. And as he pointed out, it's very, very high-tech tanks. It takes a while, I have operated an M1A1, and I know that, it's the first time it came for trials before the Gulf War, it came to Pakistan. And I think the Americans picked up a lot of our research, let's say the trial report, because it had some problem in the desert, and then they modified it. But coming to the use of role of armor, ideal would be that you use these 150 tanks as one armor brigade, so it becomes a punch, and then you achieve, somebody was pointing like that you achieve some objective. But if you are using them in penny pockets, I tell you, it will actually reduce their capability. The other thing is, let's say if they divide it into squadrons and give it to different fronts, for instance, one go to Bakhmut front and one is going to protect Kyiv. I'm sure we're going to keep some reserves as well. So penny pockets is worst employment of armor. So better would be use them concentrated as a big force and achieve some objectives. So it's a big dilemma in terms of tactical employment, training, logistics. Then there's also a question of how do you move tanks from the west to the front. If it is going by trains, the trains have to be modified. The MBFRs, which carry the flats, which carry the tanks, they have to have some width. Like T-80s and T-72s, the Russian region tanks, the Soviet are actually, they are not very broad. So even the bridges have to be modified, the military bridges. So these European tanks are very wide, very big. They are 60-ton plus. So it takes care of, you have to take care of your logistics as well. Engineer equipment, the armored vehicle launch bridges have to be modified. I don't know, because that's how it comes as a package. You can't put, let's say, an M1A1 on a Russian bridge, the military bridge, because it has to be an American bridge, the ribbon bridge. So if it is coming with logistics and everything, and then this supply of ammunition is totally different. I think the Leopards and M1A1 are 120 millimeter, the Russians, Soviet tanks, and Ukrainian are 125 mm, smooth bore guns. The other sides are rifled guns. We have to have ammunition supply also, which has to be then kept up. So there are a lot of challenges, and I feel that I think it's maybe it makes some difference, but could have been thought earlier. And if the Abrams are coming late, I think then it is totally symbolic that they'll tell Ukrainians that, okay, we are giving you those many tanks, and be happy and become part of this meat grinder.
Well, the reason the Americans gave or said they were sending the Abrams was simply for political cover for what's his name, Klaus, whatever. So he said he wouldn't send his Leopards unless the United States committed to sending tanks. Then the United States did commit, and then the Germans gave permission for the countries they exported their tanks to send them, and then they agreed to send them. But I got a question that dovesteps of what RL was talking about, the terrain in Ukraine. One of the dangers the Ukrainians have now is if they start to leave the cities where they're entrenched, won't it become a turkey shoot when they try to fall back to the next defensive line? Because the terrain is opened, like you said, there isn't places for them to hide. So I'm just wondering what people's thoughts are on that.
Well, it's open, but I mean, it's not like there's no trees or any forest lines to not have cover. There is cover in one way or another. There's also the trenches that have been dug there over the past 8 years. So there are ways to move your personnel around. It's just you can't move massive armored columns around without getting spotted.
The only good thing about main battle tanks, the West will send them. Those will arrive at most in springtime and begin of summer. Because if those same equipments arrived during autumn and winter, well, where you have the Ratsputitsa and all those that sea of mud, I mean, that will be terrible miscalculation.
Yes, quite true.
Yes, that thing that was just posted on screen, that's absolutely correct. Stretch out their logistics and destroy their military far away from supply.
you probably also listen to History Legends. He has a very interesting comment saying that this is a bit of a smoke gun because actually Ukrainians probably already have been taught how to work with these tanks. They already got formation.
They haven't?
Well, that's what History Legend said. Probably quite a lot of guys already got in touch with these tanks in Germany and even in the United States.
Well, okay. I'm gonna reference something Vaughn said before.
What would you think about it?
Vaughn said they needed these tanks before February 24th of last year. That's something that really sticks in my head. Them getting the training now.
As I said, some of those tanks will be manned by Western
contractors.
Team. Yeah, I mean,
I think that's
contractors, NATO with another vest, or mercenaries from West. People who are used to use those equipments for some of those tanks.
I mean,
is it true there are Western mercenaries there in Ukraine? Western people.
Can you repeat?
As contractors? Is it true there are Western contractors in Ukraine?
Your microphone is really breaking up.
Okay, good. Yeah, my laptop microphone sucks. All right.
You need to invest in a better mic.
Vaughn, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, what were you saying? What was the question again, or the statement?
That History Legend said that most probably they already that is a bit of a smoke
them
gun.
being trained ahead of time.
Yes.
I mean, I called Fort Benning Armor School last week and asked them if the Ukrainians were there or were they coming, and they didn't like that question and said there's no rumors about them coming and they're not there. So that doesn't mean the public affairs officer at Fort Benning is going to tell me shit. Because then I said, we'd like to know. He said, who's we? And I didn't think of it. I should have said RT, but I said, oh, I'm just a concerned citizen. I was just curious, you know. And then he was pretty pissed off about it. So either there are a lot of people calling that day asking the same question and they don't have no answer, or they aren't going to say nothing. But I mean, they could train in Poland and Germany. But I mean, you got master gunner classes and stuff you could do there. And I mean, if they're training those guys on the down low early, you'd like to think they got some of those better classes than just the basic armor crewman. Because that's like, I can't think of his name. The guy that was on here earlier was talking about, I mean, you give him a great tank, but then you don't really give him the great training. And then all the support, kind of a waste anyway.
Yeah, that's why I'm talking about irrationality, about the decision maker in the West.
Everyone is asking if there is Ukrainians or if there is NATO personnel in Ukraine already, if you guys know that.
I was going to say, if they get these tanks in here and they start operating in units, if it's possible, people should try to watch out and see what units perform better than other as far as the ones that are equipped with Western tanks. Because I would imagine the units that are Western equipped that perform better are probably Western crewed.
Yeah.
And they just won't tell you. You know, they'll all be wearing your Ukrainian tanker uniforms, but, you know, for some reason, Azov Battalion 3 is just kicking everyone's ass, and then you find out that they're all like ex-US or German guys or something. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. They got it with this, the maintenance and stuff. They're probably going to have some guys mixed in there just to oversee the maintenance and make sure it's done right. Even if they're not technically doing the maintenance, they're still going to supervise it. You know, I mean, who's to say they won't have like a battalion commander contractor overseeing the whole unit that's running around doing whatever? I mean, I would think they'd mix a few guys in if they could get away with it.
Well, the SAS has already confirmed that they sent soldiers in, so I mean, there's got to be some trainers in there already.
According to the Russians, there are 15,000 Germans fighting alongside the Ukrainians.
According to the Russians,
Plus
yeah.
several thousands of Polish guys and guys from Romania and guys from Georgia. No.
Volunteers, yes. Well, they are Georgians. Yeah,
volunteers, mercenaries, call them what you want.
Yeah, mercenaries probably.
Foreigners, non-Ukrainian.
Chechenians, even probably some ISIL fighters.
Yeah, I heard about the ISIS guys. That's crazy. Or not ISIS. It was Al Qaeda.
Any of this new Western equipment that pops up in there, just watch how it's operated. If it's operated really well, then it's probably being operated by contractors. I'm not saying there's not great Ukrainian guys that can pick it up and be the all-star, but more than likely it's probably contractors running it with some Ukrainian guys playing monkey and hauling the ammo for them. You know, to make it legit. Oh, these are Ukrainian units because they got a Ukrainian guy driving the truck.
And all doing that without a declaration of war.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't need that. We are in a new era. I mean, international law and all that is just a matter of point of view.
It's semantics. It's semantics. Yeah.
Yeah, and they love. I mean, if you look in the West, they love to play semantic games. Look at all the shit they fucking hoops they twist themselves into to.
We were just talking about that. We were just talking about that. Yeah.
That's another thing. Will be a downfall of the West too. Is they love to play semantics, and it's not even smart. It's just the most ridiculous form of semantics. It's not anything intelligent. It's not anything that makes you think. It's just the dumbest fucking shit you can come up with to get around admitting you're wrong.
Yeah, we were just talking about that actually because like America has never been in an actual war since World War II, but we've been in so many like military conflicts. It's
special military operations.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Me and my buddy James were just talking about that ambush on the SF guys over in Niger. I don't know if you guys remember seeing the video on that.
Oh, that was
shit
years
was
ago.
fucking insane. Yeah, it was fucking. Yeah. It was. I think it was 2017.
Yeah.
That shit was fucking insane, man.
Yep.
It
was all caught on tape.
Don't like to be involved in Africa.
Dude, a lot of people don't understand. Majority of American like intervention right now is going on in Africa, like Somalia, Niger, a lot in West Africa as well.
You need to first kick the French out of West Africa.
Oh, Wagner's already doing that.
And the Wagner group is doing that.
I think everyone who isn't African needs to get the fuck out of Africa, personally, but whatever.
I have a question for RL. Last week you mentioned that the Polish army is funded by the European Union. How is it done? Or it's the first time I've heard of it. So
let me explain how European Union works. Every member state needs to give money to European Union, and European Union take a part of that money in their pocket, and then they redistribute that money to all other states, to all state members. And you have two categories of states. You have those who are labeled as a net contributor, meaning they give more money to the European Union than they receive from European Union. Country like Germany, country like France, country like Italy, country like the Netherlands, and then and the Scandinavian countries. And then you have countries
like Ukraine
receive more money from the EU than they give to the EU, like Poland, like Hungary, like Baltic states, etc. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying Poland is building its military with made in USA weapons thanks to my money.
Mine too. I live in a European country.
The military-industrial complex of America thanks you, RL.
The funniest thing is that a lot of these like other countries, Poland, Hungary, for example, I live in Slovakia. There's so many people that have their whole income is they just set up an offshore company and they don't even pay taxes within that country, within the EU.
Slovakia receive more money than it gives to European Union. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Certainly.
It's like an earned income credit in America during tax refund time.
It's like when
taxes, but you get a couple grand every tax season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at United States. Each states in United States have a different taxation rate. Yeah, that's why Delaware is considered as a fiscal paradise. You have the same in Europe.
That's all I have to say
You have
about
the
that.
same in Europe. In Europe, you have Luxembourg, you have Gibraltar, you have a small island,
Cyprus.
British islands, which is a place for tax evasion. I mean,
Yeah.
the wealthiest man on earth officially is not anymore Elon Musk, because after he bought back Twitter, his stocks have plunged a bit. So now he's just number 2, and the number 1 is a French guy, Bernard Arnault. He's the richest, the wealthiest man on earth officially. And that guy is the boss of LVMH. It's a company better known for luxury product like Delvaux bags, like Hugo Boss and things like that. And Hugo Boss factory is in Bulgaria, the place where the wages are the lowest in Europe.
Somebody was asking a super chat.
Which one?
Yeah, about why there's so many mercenaries fighting in Ukraine on Ukraine side. Why isn't Russia finding more of them or showing them off? And it's like, look at the bodies they're finding with the heads and hands chopped off. Look at down in Avestal, the factory where they found that crematorium with all the burned bodies and some of the passports of Americans. I mean, maybe they're just getting rid of the evidence. I mean,
yeah,
maybe there's a mass
full
of dead mercenaries. But
there were a testimony from a guy from Luhansk or Donetsk, and he said that he never saw a black man face to face in his life, and the first he saw was a dead body of an American black man dying dead there in Ukraine. That was his first black man face to face, and it was a dead body.
So my understanding is that there's a few things. One is there is some videos and footages of photos. No, they collect all the patches. So you have all the American patches and everything. So those are evidence that could be mercenaries. Could be. No, who knows? Because you can buy that online. There's other things is that there is also rumors that when the foreign mercenaries are caught, they are actually offered to fight for the Russians. So that is the first offer, because if they don't, then they will be POWs, but then they will not be POWs under the Geneva Convention. They'll be basically criminals. So they're basically so my understanding is that they are offered to fight for the Russian side, and the rumor is that there are a lot of people actually switch sides because they are just there for the adventure, but then the welfare on the Russian side seems to be better, but the pay is lower. So they earn more on the Ukrainian side, but then they actually enjoy the fighting better if they are fighting on the Russian side because they have more things. So it's kind of weird, but of course all
Very
this take it with a pinch of salt. Yeah, take it with a pinch of salt because I just read this.
Crazy to see how many people are doing that someday. Like somebody would be able to find out. That would be crazy. Yeah, I mean I would think if they caught them, they would use them as, political trophies, to get, like, hey, we got this mercenary. Oh, here, have Victor Boot, and do that shit.
It blows my mind. It blows my mind how mercenaries now, or like military, like paramilitary mercenaries and shit like that, they're becoming so commonplace. I remember like 2-3 years ago, like it was like, you had to have like the highest of training prior like military experience. And now, especially with what's going on in Ukraine, now it's just like they're fucking taking, or sorry, I saw the chat. They're getting upset with me cursing so much. But it's so commonplace now. It's insane. It just blows my mind.
No, you are just not used to it. I mean, if you look to Africa, in Africa, PMC were used since the 60s. I mean, African countries have a long story with private military companies.
Well, and I know, like, I have a buddy.
The first to make PMCs were the South African and the British, and then the French came also.
I have a buddy that I served with.
Very long story. I mean, then the United States jumped in the PMC, especially with Iraqi war, with Blackwater that changed name. But It's not new.
Well, I saw it get a little bit more intense.
You can even go back to the antiquities, when the ancient Greek were famous as mercenaries, used as mercenaries by the Egyptians, by the Persians, by I don't know who, but it's very ancient, very ancient mercenary.
Mercenaries has always been around for thousands of years. It's just that over the past maybe 100, 200 years, it's kind of frowned upon because it's a lot more like pirates, how pirates is operated during the colonial days. So it have a very bad reputation. Then so it's always been a taboo until Blackwaters, the Iraq, how they are being used in Iraq. That actually shocks a lot of people. The US military say they are withdrawing, putting out the forces, but actually they are putting even more forces because of the PMC.
I think we discussed it yesterday in the last, question, that of course it has a history. If you look at the Ottoman Janissaries or something like that, and I think in the modern times it started with the formal, mercenaries were the conduitories of Italian, kings and European kings. So it was about, I think, 17th century. Just formally mercenaries were paid and they come from Europe and Africa. And then you have it, in Africa and then of course in Asia. So we also discussed that Iran operates a lot of, I would say, the IRGC also disguised as mercenaries, and they operate through some of their outlets in Yemen and in Syria. And then I see this evolved. It's becoming a part of formal warfare. So don't be surprised. Like Blackwater was definitely there. And if you look at it, it came up before 9/11, mind you. 1996, I think Prince Eric established the training center. And I think the area was having probably black earth or black water. I think that's how it was named, Blackwater. And gradually it took part in Iraq war. And then I think the Russians picked up because even this Wagner group started from Syria. There were 2,000. Later on, by 2017, they were 6,000. And now they are 50,000. So it's a core, it's like a core, well trained. They have engineers, they have sappers, they have their, I think, heliborne forces, and I think they have an air arm. So this is the new form of, I would say, infantry or special ops. And why they prefer, because people may be veterans, they could be. And I think Wagner Group has an African battalion, they have a Serb battalion, and they have then, I think, some Chechens and Siberians. So Russians, maybe some Belarusians. So it's quite interesting, but this is going to be very, very normal. I think every country would have, because it is non-attributable. You cannot blame a state, okay, these are contractors or somebody, and they are coming here for money and all that. So it's going to become more and more normal. So I think we should not be surprised. They are well trained, yeah.
I'd like to bring up, when we're talking about history of mercenaries being used, you got the Landsknecht from back in the days. Prussians were fighting for the English in the United, against colonists. Mercenaryship has been around forever. Since anybody could pay another a buck to fight for them, it's been around. And that's why I don't understand, as the other gentlemen are pointing out, is that this is not new. It's just because we see it a little differently from, I don't know what it's maybe cultural standards it may be or not, that it only seems different, but it's always been there, the formation of it all. And I think that I want to say Dr. Bakar said it best, but yeah, he nailed it.
Good talk.
I like how every time Waka speaks, right, everybody just keep quiet. It's like it's very unusual. Everyone speaks, right? We always like to cross over, but only Waka speaks, like everybody just keep quiet.
Because the motherfucker's smart. I like to listen to him talk. He's the one dude I won't fucking cut off.
That hurt.
No, I'm kidding.
No, that's good.
If Prata, you are muted.
Where? Oh, sorry. No, go for it.
I was just saying, I think that the mercenary
okay,
thing.
I was just going to say that because nowadays, the shock about mercenaries is because nowadays we have a different understanding of the rules of engagement. We tend to create this illusion, or we would like to believe there are rules in doing war. And the idea that mercenaries are not so compiled to follow those rules, and we tend to see them as barbarians and extremely people to do the really dirty jobs. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, along with what you're saying, I mean, in like with Wagner, it's kind of a mix of things because, you know, they're there for money, they're there to do the dirty work and the hard work, but they also have a code. They're also loyal to their motherland. I mean, there's a lot more buy in there. I mean, it's like it's a small, right now it's a small, very professional, well-equipped, trained force.
Yes,
And I mean, it's really, if you think of where the Soviet Union used to be, the fact that unit exists and operates so well inside the Russian military, I mean, really, it doesn't seem like they really get interfered with.
Have you guys?
Bodies, they get bodies. They need equipment. They get it, and then their guys are loyal to the country. I mean, it's like we have a contract with Wagner. We have a contract with the motherland. You know, we're down for the homeland. I mean, ain't no Blackwater motherfucker shit like that.
African countries signing contracts with Wagner are signing a contract with Russian Federation.
Black dudes in Africa to go fight in Ukraine. You ain't gonna get no black dude to go fight with fucking Blackwater in Iraq.
I also want to clear up a bit, about how these people are there, because of money. Try to find a professional soldier that did not sign up to the military because of money. It's impossible. We sign up because there is a good pay package, as compared to whatever you can get out there,
especially in United States.
Yeah.
I think post 9/11,
you get job training, you get college money, you get connections. I mean, there's benefits to doing it. It's not just like, I'm going to go kill people and shit. I mean, you're getting benefits.
Okay, debatable. So I actually, it's really funny that you bring that up. Maybe I'm a fucking psychopath. Maybe other people in the
you are. If you were having any more doubts, we know you are. It's general knowledge, Gad.
Yeah, I literally joined the military so I could kill people.
Yeah, but for most cases,
I was sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. What?
For most cases, like even for my case, when I sign up as a professional soldier, is mainly because it's also a salary, a form of salary. It's a job. It offers higher salary, especially when you're in the beginning, compared to your peers that is just starting out in work outside. So that seems to be
it's a consistent paycheck.
Yeah, it's a consistent and very secure paycheck. Yeah.
Yeah, you
don't get sacked.
You're funded by the government, and the only thing that's consistent in any country now, well, any first world country, is like the government. But like for me, like when I joined the military, I literally joined because I wanted to kill people. But my ideals changed lately. But yeah, no, it's
dude. You don't have to join the military for that. Trust me. I mean, I was.
But I want to do it.
It didn't stop me, so that's bullshit. But I wanted to say, like, when I have a lot of friends that went into the military. I graduated high school in the late '80s, and most of the people that went in, my friends, it was because they couldn't go to college, they didn't have the grades or the ability, and that's when the military was still big. Ronald Reagan was still president.
Kyle, he's calling you stupid.
And no, I was not present company.
No, it's okay. He's right.
And so. It was kind of like the dregs of society kind of went into the when you have a volunteer military, because and there were some exceptions. Like I had two guys went in because they had bad drug problems and they straightened out. Both went in as enlisted men, and both became officers. One, while he was in, applied to the Air Force Academy, got in. He actually just retired last year, full colonel. Another guy went into the Navy. Last I talked to him, he was lieutenant commander, went as an enlisted man. So he's probably retired now. I lost touch with him. He's in Hawaii. But that's kind of the way it was now. I have no idea who they're recruiting from now. Like what demographic are they targeting? But I heard they can't meet their recruiting requirements.
They're targeting furries.
Well, in the ranks, family history is very important. There are several dynasties of people that go to the army, and they, like for generations, have been constantly sending some of their children to the military. And this is a very important structure of all armies, be it in
My
Europe or
father
even...
was a colonizer. I'm a colonizer. My children will be colonizers.
God bless the colonizers, baby.
You know, I want to say something. I served during the time JS is talking about, and there was some of that, but it wasn't prevalent. That was bullshit from my experience, because most people went, like my family and people, we have always, the first male had always joined the service. At this period in time, I'm saying, nope, you ain't doing it. Not under this command the way it is now. You know, I don't think you meant it. Maybe I'm taking, you know, I can get a little heated. So maybe I just need to step back a little and I'll just let it be. But back then, Reagan brought pride back into the military. That's why people started coming back. There was a whole phase when it went downhill, and you saw it like in about 78. It started to change as as we sort of got a little distance from Vietnam, and you didn't have the hangers-ons that were just trying to just keep it, go to drill, drink beer, and then they got into 20 and are done. That's a lot of that changed. All of that, matter of fact, the drinking, all the smoking, you couldn't do anything like that again. You weren't allowed to. So I don't know. I must have served in a completely different army, but I did not, that was there, of course. I mean, everybody, sometimes life offers you what you got. You take what you
This
can.
is also quite interesting, because what does an army in a country like Portugal, France means for the country? What is its function? And notice, for instance, what do the American army performs? I do believe it's quite different stuff. And the Americans are prepared for war. The Portuguese army is not prepared for war. Its function is completely different. It's more like security and control. Is like the police, I could say, but also like to maintain a certain structure of social structure as well. But this is also a problem with NATO armies. Many NATO armies have no preparation for war, are not. Their existence is not for that, and this might also be one of the biggest problems that NATO might be facing now. What is your opinion, guys?
So
France is in the middle ground. I mean, it has nothing to do with American army or Portuguese army. I mean, they still have the Foreign Legion, which is a very capable forces. They send those guys in front lines, no problem. They are ready to lose people, but they are very strong guys, very well trained, and so on. But in France, the military, if people go to the French army, it's partially or mainly because it gives you a social status. I mean, you have a special social status. You have easiness to get a loan when you go to a bank, and so on. I mean, it's something that attract people to go there, yeah. And then you have and then you have a military tradition. We have families there where the father was a former general, then the son is a former general, and the grandson is also a general. I mean, it's when you enter the French army, they are looking at your family trees. What's your origin? Who was your father? What's your grandfather? What's your grandfather, and so on.
Yes.
And
these people have preferences.
It will imply where you will end up in the French army. Yeah, it's a society within the society in France.
So, to kind of touch on the evolution of a Western military culture and shit, you kind of brought it up a little bit. I joined the military in 2016, and that's kind of where it got kind of soft, I guess. I kind of got the back end of it kind of transferring over to the soft type of shit. So as of right now, I'm an E6. I'm a staff sergeant in the United States military. And the amount of walking on ice that I have to do, I guess that's the term I can use. I have to walk on ice around training these soldiers. If they fuck something up, I can't just fucking go ape shit on them like my NCOs did to me. NCOs being non-commissioned officers. Like my sergeants, they got on my ass when I was in there. And now I can't do that. I have to be very careful and tiptoe around how I discipline these soldiers. When I first got promoted to sergeant, I would have them just go to the back of the fucking motor pool. I would have them, I'm in El Paso, Texas, so it's literally a desert. I would go out, I would take them to behind the motor pool where it's just the desert, it's just sand, and I would have them fucking sweep up sand. Just to fucking waste their time, because if you're gonna fucking waste my time, I'm gonna waste your time. But now if I got caught doing that, it's like, hey, Sort, what are you doing? What are you doing, Sort? Like, bro, I'm fucking trying to fucking make them realize. Oh, sorry, I keep cursing. I'm trying to make them realize that, like, my time's valuable, just as their time is valuable. You know, I don't want to keep.
Because you are straight.
You can't counsel them like you should be able to counsel.
No, I can counsel them. I can put everything on paper, but I don't want to.
Because you are straight.
Because there is in military tradition, right? There's a reason for all these things, because you have to operate under pressure, under stress, and the whole point of stressing out all these new recruits is to to acclimatize them into high stress. Because if you cannot handle stress when you're a recruit or in boot camp in America, that's what you'll call it. Then I'm not going to give you ammunition, because live ammunition is going to be a different story altogether. I'm not going to dare to give you a live grenade to do the live throwing, because if
you have change your gender, Kyle. Kyle, you should change your gender identity. Yeah, you will become colonel in no time.
Honestly,
yeah, actually, Kyle, I have a serious question about are tampons standard issue to male to female transsexuals in the Army?
Only for me.
Okay.
Yeah, only for me.
Guys, so wait. So is this like whole woke culture seeping into the American military actually happening?
No, it is. It is. Yes, absolutely. I can.
Or is it? So it's not even like blown out of proportion.
I had a friend of mine that got out in 2018, and the main reason he got out was he was in infantry at Fort Carson, and they got their first transgendered soldier, and he put his paperwork in the next day and retired.
So
22 years.
So I've been in for about 7 years. I've seen one transgender soldier, and it was actually really funny. I heard some dude talking. And I was looking around trying to figure out, like, yo, who the fuck is that? And then I saw a bitch with fucking a ponytail, and I was like, wait, what? It caught me off guard for sure. But no, like the woke culture has seeped into Western military. It's not just the U.S. It's all Western military.
Has it seeped into the upper command more than it has seeped into the listed
so upper echelons of your
upper first. That's you must think about it. In United States Army,
the guys at the top got to kiss the.
I mean, those trans people just pop up from higher command. It's wow.
Well, the thing
where
is,
they came from.
I
mean, all those years they were lying to the people around them.
It's
and then
political. Like the highest you can get officer-wise without playing politics is lieutenant colonel, pretty much, from what I understand. Once you go to colonel and then the flag officers, that's all politics. You had to kiss ass or suck dick.
Sorry. Say that one more time. Sorry.
I said the highest you're going to get in the officer corps is just on merit alone. The highest you'll get just on merit alone is lieutenant colonel. From colonel,
major, lieutenant colonel, yeah. I would say so.
Well, yeah, you're always going to get major, because if you don't make major by a certain time, they kick you out anyway. You can't stay a captain forever. So you got to make major, but you do have to go before a board to make major. It's not automatic like everything else.
Lieutenant colonel is kind of like the equivalent of like staff sergeant for like enlisted. Like you actually have to go in front of a board. I know I went in front of a board for my E5 promotion, but like they don't really do that anymore. So there are some times where you can get out of it.
Yeah, but for the officers. But anyway, the point is, it's political after that. And like my friend, he knew he wasn't going to make general because he was a straight white male, and he was like, the plus you're getting a top heavy, But he had tons of operational experience, 3 master's degrees, graduated the academy, and he didn't make general.
Does it have an effect on special forces?
The link I just sent. Look at the link.
I can't really talk on special forces. I'm not really involved with them much. I've been attached to them like once, but I don't really have much experience other than that. I can't really talk on that.
I don't know if it's the right term, special forces, but like the more elite units, I assume that they're still picked from the best of hardcore guys. Now there's none of that.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. So there's like the Ranger Regiment. There's 3 battalions in the Ranger Regiment, but they're all honestly, bro. Like I've worked with Ranger Regiment, and they're all just kind of like they're a bunch of 18-year-old fucking alcoholic retards. To be honest, that just like to kill people.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
I mean, my son was in the 10th Mountain Division when they were in Iraq.
I'm trying to PCS to fucking Fort Drum right now to go to the 10th Ranger.
Oh, dude, fuck New York. New York is a fucking shithole. He hated it. Like, they fuck with you off post of driving. They try to get you on every little fucking ticket and car thing. Dude, fuck New York. But anyway,
the only New Yorker we have here. Yeah, he's the only one who is not sitting on a chair. A fat ass laying on the sofa.
No, guys, he's lounging. He's lounging like a Roman. He's lounging.
Yes.
The only one was talking about Uber Eats. Oh, come on.
Von, your story is halfway. Your son was in the 10th Mountain Brigade.
Yeah, I forgot. But hey, I don't remember it. What was somebody saying before that?
They're about the Ranger, about 18 years old.
Oh, yeah. When he was in Iraq, he said his experience was the Rangers. They would come in, they would put a cordon in. He said those guys would walk in, or they would fly in, land, go in, kill everybody, and leave. And that's what he said. He goes, they all look like fucking tier 1 operators. They all have beards and shit. This might be the guys that were in Iraq back then, but he's like, when they came in, all they did was kill people and leave. They don't fucking capture people, they don't talk to people. They just kill.
That's not Ranger. That's a team that you were working with. That's an SF team.
Oh no, not me. I mean, no, he.
Your friend. Sorry.
Yeah, it was my oldest son, but he said it was Rangers, but it could have been a team because he just said that they just came in and killed everybody and left.
Yeah, I could see that happening, but like the way you're describing how they look, probably not. They're super. Like the thing, like I'm clean shaven. I have a mustache that's out of regulation, and I have really long hair for the military. If I was in a Ranger Regiment, they would fucking eat my shit up. They would kill me. Like they would absolutely annihilate me. So I don't think that they were probably Rangers. I would assume that
it probably wasn't because I think it was also they were doing like fire support, like because what it had to do with, because he didn't tell me a whole lot, but it was like when we retook Ramadi, when the Iraqis retook Ramadi, it was the 2nd Brigade Combat Team staff that pretty much planned that operation. The only thing the Iraqis did was provide the bodies. And, they were out there providing security cordons for these teams that were basically calling in all the airstrikes and artillery for the Iraqis.
Okay. So I'm seeing... Sorry,
about the question which is asked by someone who give you 55 Norwegian crowns. I have an hypothesis about that, because transgender are people who have a problem there with their identity. Yeah, they are like. Biology make them like that, but they don't accept it. So they have a problem in their mind. And having those guys at higher level of decision, because you don't will find a ranger or a psychopath killer among those guys. They are put on a higher level of decision. Yeah, it's a transgender will give command to a ranger and psychopath. I mean, those guys will be ready to kill everybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think the question is more
they
like
will press the button without any question.
No, the question is different. The question is actually saying that using LGBTQ as the excuse for as the casus belli to go to war or go on a special military operation.
No, they just need to say
the
human rights.
Well, I think it's used to
human
persuade
rights.
the populace of
Those
the
human
country
rights, you have
to justify
LGBTQ
the war.
ideology.
Like they did that like against Russia to kind of turn public opinion against Putin. They said all these lies that were, you know, even on the late night talk shows here, they were saying that like, oh, it's illegal to be gay in Russia and all this kind of, they had people believing that, you know, gays were rounded up and put in camps in you know, Siberia or something like that. And it's, you know, it's a lie. It's not true. It's not illegal to be gay in Russia. It's just that the Russians passed a law where you can't promote homosexuality to children. So, which I don't have a problem with that. I don't think.
Well,
I don't have a problem with anyone promoting sexuality.
No,
just
but
in general.
what it's true is the Russian society is homophobic. That's true.
Just don't promote sexuality.
I was going to say, if the United States government came out and said, "Hey, we're going over there to save the LGBTQs," I think there's enough smart people in the government that would try to do that. They would realize that just because they tell everybody that it's great and everyone thinks it's great and everybody says it's great and everybody toes the line so they don't get canceled, when they came out today, we got to go invade Russia to save the gays, probably 80% of the country would be I mean, they lie to themselves. It's just like a transgender man who dresses like a woman. You know, they believe when people tell them they look good and they look like a woman. They believe that, you know, they believe that the American public is down with the LGBTQ agenda by the majority, and then if they actually went out to try to do something like that, they'd be pretty shocked to find out that, like the rest of the world, the majority of the country doesn't support that shit and finds it disgusting.
So I'm not going to cut you guys off here. I just I've noticed a couple of comments in the comment section. They were asking what my MOS was. I'm a 13 Foxtrot. I'm a forward observer. They've been asking what my rank is. I'm a staff sergeant. I was an E5 recently. I just recently got promoted. Yeah, that's you guys. All right, you guys can go ahead and do your thing.
What I find really amusing also is in the West and especially in the States, but also in like Western parts of Europe, the way they promote Ukraine as a state, and also like the Ukrainian army, how they're on some kind of like crusade for liberalism and democracy, when in reality I lived there for a couple of months. The Ukrainian society and the Ukrainian army is exactly the same as Russia, I would say. Like, they're very into like machoism, hardcore. They're not that accepting of LGBT, and being like pro-Ukrainian is like being pro the current thing in the States, and they just have a completely different picture of like what they're actually fighting for.
But I would say about the Russians, they are not exactly pro or against LGBT, but about or non-governmental organizations, the ONGs, that mostly financed by a board and make some kind of propaganda. And this is not just about the gay ones, it's all types of ONGs, especially the political ones financed by political parties and the American Atlantic Council and whatever there is out there. And that's what preoccupies them. And this all started in the elections of 2011, when these ONGs organized the demonstrations on the streets and tried to convince people, well, with the idea that elections were forged, which is not true, but because, as we know, Putin has always been quite popular in Russia. But since then, the Russians actually try as much as they can to block the agency of these ONGs.
Yeah, I'd like to bring in an important question, the aspect of demographics, and try to deal two issues. You know, one is why the militias or the mercenaries are coming up, and the other is the issue of LGBT and how it's affected war effort. Just give me a minute. Demographics, if you've studied it, I've done some research, and I would refer to Pat Buchanan's book, Death of the West. I think that's the best book on demographics, how it is affected, especially if you look at the right and the left debate in the US and the West. It is actually, I would say, affected a lot You call it graying of population, but it is having less babies. So ultimately, it is less persons for the war effort, because in the war, then you need men. Especially, you can say women can also fight. Ultimately, it's a men's forte. So you have serious demographic problems in Japan. I think Russia, again, very serious demographic problem, because their population is below, replacement levels. I think it's
Yes.
0.8 now. Yeah. And by and large, the Western Europe is suffering from the same, less than 2.1. US is maintaining it because of immigrants, mind you. So this is also a big challenge in terms of, let's say, the LGBT debate, because I think those who oppose in Russia are looking at that their demographic is inverted now. And probably if you get into that, I'm just an argument. So probably they'll go hard on that. Yeah. The other is the mercenaries, why they are required. Again, I think it's something to do with demographics, that you cannot. Now, if you ask India, Pakistan, China, Middle East, Turkey, Iran, there's no problem. We can have, like, our standing army is 800,000. And if you want, we can raise reserves, within 1 month we can raise 2 million reserves. No problem. If people are there to fight, and we don't have conscription, same as in India, because there is a healthy, despite we have a lot of problems with overpopulation, poverty and all that. But for war, you need basically manpower, and Putin understands it. So I think it addresses two questions. One is the issue of mercenaries, why now they're becoming more important, because you have to import human resource to even fight wars. So this is I think it could be a very major factor. Like why Putin should bring African battalions into Russian army.
So this is going to be
demography is also a factor, yeah.
So this is going to be a really stupid fucking question.
The main factor for a long-standing war. I mean, Russia's birth rate is at 1.5. China has the biggest problem. The birth rate of China is at 1.15. But if you look at the surrounding country of China, Japan is at 1.3, 1.4. It's not great. South Korea is at 0.8. That's catastrophic. And if you look at United States, I'm not finished. If you look at United States, they are at 1.6, and they are compensating with immigration, as you said. What Russia is not doing.
Yeah.
But now
Russia has a problem of housing.
Of Ukraine, the southeast of Ukraine, they got 3 to 5 million people in, but it's so Putin has about 5 years to make the war.
The problem with Russia for demographics. The problem with Russia for demographics is about
the birth rate of Russia is around 1.5, and in the United States it's at 1.6. And you have also other metrics which are very interesting. The infant mortality in Russia is about 5 per 1,000. And in the United States, it's more than 6. That means Russia has a better healthcare system.
Climate also helps.
A really quick question.
No.
Waqar, you're from Pakistan, right?
Pardon?
Waqar, you're Pakistani, right?
Yeah, I'm from Pakistan.
My only question is, what is like your for your country? What is the ideal? What are people like thinking about, like everything going on currently?
You're talking about within Pakistan or outside?
I'm talking about Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, I just give you my background. I think the friends know it. I've been a brigadier general, so I have about 36 years of experience in war. I've seen Afghanistan. I've seen some, skirmishes with India. So I have a war experience, and I also been teaching at National Defense University. I have raised National Defense College at Zimbabwe. So I had been traveling to United States. I got my JTLS training in Monterey, California, and then we did a war game in Suffolk. I have traveled to Russia, interacted with them, and then been traveling to China. So by and large, and I've been teaching, even American officers who come here in Staff College and National Defense. So I deal with strategy to some extent, and I'm writing books also. So I have a little bit of experience. So when I analyze, Russia-Ukraine war, I do it purely from a military I would say, strategy angle, not taking sides. I'm anti-war literally because I've seen war so much that we've seen 2 decades of war when NATO and Americans were here, and we
You were
operated
raised
with
in
them.
it, yeah.
Yeah. So, but I see it from I would say a neutral perspective, from purely military strategy. So I follow John Marsheimer in terms of realism, and he has been advising everybody that we are going into a rabbit hole, and you're digging deep. So, in my opinion, is that in case of Russia-Ukraine war, the nature of war thought from both sides was different. Russia was a monolith, so their generals could plan it according to their time frame. I feel it was a destruction-oriented strategy and not a space-oriented strategy. So they wanted to destroy forces and then take the real estate. And it could have been finished after Crimea, had I think the West agreed, and Ukraine could have been a buffer state. But now it's late. Now, as far as the West is concerned, their calculation was to become a partisan war, and they'll be able to bleed Russia. I think yesterday we had a statement from ex-Israeli Prime Minister that he was put into negotiations. I don't know whether it's right or not, but he was put into negotiations with Putin. And when he was ready to, let's say, find a middle way, the West said, we want to bleed Putin. We want to smash him. So this is a kind of attitude. I would say that in terms of preparation and planning, the West thought differently. What turned out to be in a very different fashion. And now it is all what we call is a mid-course correction. You do mid-course correction in war when you committed strategic mistakes, but strategic mistakes cannot be addressed during war. So that's why you find these challenges of training of crews and tanks coming in bits and pieces. There's a basic, book of military strategy. You follow it. It's concentration of forces. You employ armor, considering armor as an offensive weapon. You don't use it for defense. So how it can become good and then you have, air superiority is very important because Russians have air superiority. It's very difficult to operate armor. So that's how I feel that they have, I would say, committed serious strategic mistakes, and probably Ukraine will suffer. So that's my quick uptake. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. I was just asking because I'm super interested. This is the first time I've ever actually been in contact with people honestly in on other sides of the world. I'm super interested in seeing y'all's perspective.
Hey Kyle, can you let Igar go?
Yeah, go for it.
First of all, hi everyone. I had I hope a nice quality of voice. I didn't test internet connection. I wanted to add a few details about laws about LGBT in Russia. Thing is about LGBT, not about population, not about population problem. Yeah, it is a problem in Russia, but it been solved in a different ways, in a different way by different laws. All type of social programs like mother care and so on, free education, also sort of free money, free flats for some families. LGBT problem is LGBT law is about propaganda, only propaganda. So I have met a lot of LGBT people in Moscow. They're no one imprisoned, no one fined, no one hunting them down, but LGBT propaganda being forbidden. Why? Because young people, children, teenagers, they are all being affected by social media. So if you talk a lot about social norms, if you say that LGBT is normal, they can't make their conscious decision. They think that LGBT is new social norm. So before 18, they should not be affected by LGBT propaganda. After 18 years, they can do whatever they like.
So, Igar, are you saying that you don't in Russia there's no such thing as tranny storybook hour?
I didn't understand the question.
I mean,
it's an inside joke for Americans.
If you wanna found some Russian trans, you can find them in Istanbul. Istanbul in Turkey is a very well-known place for ladyboys from Russia, but you won't find them in Russia itself.
The only lady boy I want is you, baby.
Prata, you can unmute yourself, and then you can talk. You know how to unmute yourself, Prata?
Pardon? Sorry.
Then I would like to add also one demographic statistic, which is very important if you want to make war for a very long period of time. It's the number of engineers a country is making. And can you believe it? But Russia each year are making more engineers than United States itself.
Hey, RRL, where are you from?
Well, I would like to say about Russia, there is obviously trans people. The process is quite secretive. Well, people that change their sex. It is possible. It is, though, very secretive and very complicated, like it used to be in Europe as well. There are gay bars, there are travesti shows in big cities. St. Petersburg even has a street with several bars. In Moscow, there are huge clubs for this population. So there is a lot of disinformation about what's going on there. Obviously, Russia is a huge country and has lots of realities completely different. And if you live in the Caucasus, it is really dangerous to just be gay. It's very dangerous. In the Caucasus, especially in the Muslim Caucasus, it's very dangerous. Also, in some Asian parts, some republics are very strict. Socially, is very strict. It is also quite interesting because the propaganda law. It was like St. Petersburg was the first that did it with this. Leningrad. It's not St. Petersburg. The city is Leningrad. It's like the oblast around St. Petersburg. They wrote that law for the first time. And then some other countries, because of some pedestrian scandals, pedophile scandals, some other regions start to write also local laws, and it had become they were becoming really dangerous. So the central state, the Duma, decided to write a federal law, because in writing a federal law, the local states or the local republics cannot write a specific law for that. So that's also the reason why it appeared in a way. But obviously, it's on the quest to stop ONGs financed by the West.
NGOs, yeah.
NGOs.
But also local governors can also make rules specific for them, like Kadyrov in Chechnya. Yeah, you have the prohibition of making advertisement for homosexuality and LGBT. But in Chechnya, being gay, as you said, is dangerous in itself.
You mean the Chechens don't like gay people?
The Muslims in general don't like that. Even if in Muslim countries you can find gay people, yeah? In Pakistan, I know in Karachi, you have a place where you have ladyboys there, and it's very ancient, very cultural, but voila, it's just specific.
Prada, the way you were talking about Russia, though, seriously, Russia could like fuck up the propaganda game more just by saying, look, we got gay clubs, we got gay bars, we're just as gay as the rest of the world, you know? Look, why are you all trying to fight us? We love the gays too. I mean, seriously.
Ain't nobody fucked men like me.
You don't like that. I mean,
have Putin, put a green screen up like Zelensky, but have Putin dancing.
To have more an issue with the Jehovah Witness. That's why they forbid it.
Yes, Christian sects, especially American Christian sects, are forbidden in Russia or very strongly persecuted. Catholics as well, but they are tolerated.
Yeah, because what's great with American church, they all have their headquarters in the same street, just next to Langley, the CIA headquarters. That's very strange.
My wife used to go to Bangladesh on mission trips to help save the Bangladeshis.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What do you mean by
You know
safe?
what's messed up about that?
You
You
should tell her.
But they would always
Bangladesh are Muslims.
They would go under there like, oh, we're going there to teach first aid. We're going there to teach them how to do kindergarten classes. I'm like, and then, you know, of course, then somebody will ask him a question. Oh, yeah, I'm a Christian. You know, you start talking to them a little bit. But they have to kind of lie about it because, you know, the Indians ain't down with that. They got their own state religion. Not state religion, but you know what I mean? I understand they want to go around the world and talk to people about Jesus and all that. But they really don't need to, like, interfere with another country's religion. I mean, you can get, I mean, because they get along with the Hindus and stuff over there when they're over there. They know they're there. They know why they're there. It's like, look, y'all can get along on the down low, but you're fucking around with the government. And if they catch on to what you're doing, they'll just shut it down. And I think they did shut it down for a while because they just didn't want any Americans coming in there because they didn't trust them. And it's because that shit they're doing. You know, it's like, oh, we're going to teach you how to do first aid. Oh, and here's a Bible.
That's laughable. I mean, all those American church are working for the CIA, even if they don't know.
Oh yeah, because think about it. You were sitting over there. I mean, we had mission trips that went to like Morocco and all. I'm like, honestly, because I was like, they'd be like, I'd be like, why are we going to a Muslim country? There's no way in hell you're going to get somebody to change their mind. And if they did change their mind, they're going to get their fucking head cut off.
But why the fuck are they going to other countries when they like to
why
build
don't Saudi Arabia proselytize there? It's like, you know, maybe go to Europe. You might have a better shot in Europe. But...
Why the fuck is America trying to change other people's minds when they?
Yeah, why? But if they really want to help, why don't they go?
In history, missionaries were always used as first scouts.
The sooner the rest of the world understands that they're gay like we are, then we'll all get along.
The only person I'm gay for is you, Vaughn. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Can someone put a list of the best
that's gay
for the lady boys? Because I'm
no, that's gay.
If you say no homo,
hey, come on, man.
JS, you want to know?
You have in a very weird way.
Istanbul, very worldwide known. You have Bangkok in Thailand, very very known for it, and you can go also to Rio de Janeiro. Samba de Janeiro, yeah. The three main places, and also Boîte Boulogne in Paris.
You could come to my gas station some nights, and you could get a tranny there. But...
dude, I'll park my tranny in your gas station anyway,
Thai lady boy.
Okay, no, I actually think it's really funny. I think it's really funny that we brought like this whole gay thing up. Especially with the military, like community.
It's very important. It's more important than you think. It's very important because it's about values, and values are about power.
Well, no, I'm just talking about.
That's why Russia is well seen in 2/3 of the world, because Putin and Russia are putting in front traditional values.
Yes,
and
yes.
for African people, for people in Asia, for Muslim world, having a family which is made of a dad and a mom, it's normal.
So where I'm going
number
with this,
one and parent number two. I mean,
yeah. No. So where I'm going with this is like majority of the military, well, at least for the United States military. I don't know how y'all fucking get down over there, but. Majority of the military is straight, but like the fact of the matter is like everybody's fucking gay, bro. Like we all like the shit we say, the jokes we make.
You eat too much hormones. You eat too much hormones.
I just made a joke. I just made a joke texting my buddy about how I was gonna suck the.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking. You are gays. Too much hormones in your food. Too much GMOs.
The humor.
I mean, if you eat too much chicken, you will end up with boobs.
RL is not joking. He's talking the truth.
No, I know.
Too much
I guess I'm a faggot.
You have boobs
because
you eat too much chicken full of hormones.
Oh, but let's go back to seriosity. Yes, let's go back to seriosity. It's not about gays at all. Sorry, it's about gender. gender relativization. It's about because being gay or hetero is something that you can't change. It's something that more or less sits with you. But we are talking about gender. You changing your gender identity because you are allowed to. It's not something that was given to you. You know, it's because you can change it, and you have a lot of heterosexuals. They are trying to get attention by and gay people as well, by changing the ability to look a different gender, to invent new genders, to impose. This is a tyranny. We live in the tyranny of identity politics. I am imposing my individualism to everybody, and everybody has to accept me. So I invent something because I am a slave of individualism. I'm obliged, I'm imposed by society to always be something very specific, very unique, something with individualistic. And then what I have to do is to impose to the others, impose their respect. And now we have something that is it's becoming law, having to respect me. Whatever I find the most ridiculous or more what kind of fantasy I may come up to, I am allowed by law to impose that to other people. You have to respect me. So this is
France,
the point.
We call it the dictatorship of minorities.
You can also call it. Alain Duran, a fantastic sociologist. He wrote that book on the 70s, and he was already saying that our societies are going to the pathway of the imperialism of individualism. So that's also why you can't be a patriot anymore. Oh my God!
Sorry, I'm not very smart. Can you explain that the imperialism thing that you were just talking about?
I think you're talking about the
individualism of imperialism.
No, not imperialism, like dictatorship in that sense.
Okay.
The dictatorship of individualism.
Here in the West, we are in an individual mentality. Everything is.
No, I got it now. Sorry,
basically the hyper-individualism that you see in the West leads to the destruction of society in general.
Yes,
because there's no social cohesion.
It creates conflict.
What's happening? Conflict. Yes. Demographics plus diversity equals conflict or war. So basically, what's happening is you don't have people that share the same religion, the same common values, the same ethnicity, the same language. They don't have the same history. They come from all over the world. So there's nothing holding like the United States. I don't know if you ever heard the magic dirt theory, where people say, what's the difference? I mean, Americans, you're just born here and you're an American. I was like, what the fuck? So if I was born like 5 meters on the other side of the border, I'd be a Mexican or a Canadian. It's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything to be an American. What the fuck does that mean? So in America,
it's always been borders. It's always been borders. Sorry.
Well, America doesn't have borders that function anymore. I mean, you could just come across the borders in the United States. I mean, they come how many millions across the border illegally? They weren't citizens, and they're all put on the dole in one way or another. They're given free food, free housing, free medical services. They don't pay. They don't contribute to society.
I will. No. This is where you and I differentiate. I will stand on this hill. Majority of our illegal immigrants are fucking. I will die on it. Majority of our fucking illegal immigrants that we have uphold this fucking country. I will hold on to that.
That's a sad statement about if it takes a bunch of illegals to uphold your country, you don't have a country. Because a country without borders is not a country.
yeah, you got me there. But
that's simple fact. A country without borders is not a country.
What's more important about those values? It's now those values are heading into the political and diplomatic sphere. So now in the West, in Europe and in the United States, you see a diplomacy based on values.
Imposition to other countries.
Meaning the killing of diplomacy, of what it is really. Because diplomacy is the art of talking to anyone, even to your worst enemies. And now basing your diplomacy on values is killing diplomacy because, you don't share the same values as me. I don't talk to you anymore. I don't do business with you anymore.
But then Yes,
because
yes.
we don't have the same values. You see, we are entering
But then
a dangerous world.
we go to this might have also geopolitical intention. That was what I said before. That's why I don't believe in the nuclear war. The West is closing itself. It's creating a group of countries and is trying to develop a type of autocracy by not needing countries that they considered authoritarian. So we have been seeing that, for instance, before we were talking about democracies, like the club of democracies, but not all democracies are liberal. So India doesn't count. Indonesia doesn't count. You see? Who counts? The ones, like RL is saying, that will adapt or will discursively accept those new rules, let's say it, no? It's gender, identity politics,
Yeah, but Prata, we need also to make a definition of
but what is democracy?
Because myself here in France, because I'm living in France, I don't think France is a democratic country. Yeah, in the definition I have of democracy.
Well, democracies are complex.
What is a democracy? Like, what's the difference between a republic and
I'll define a democracy for you very simply, a simple fable. Democracy is 2 lions and 1 lamb deciding who are they going to eat for dinner.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Let's not demonize democracy. Democracy is still
no, yes, we should demonize
good.
democracy. If you're an American, you should demonize democracy. The founding fathers of the country were specifically against the entire concept of democracy. They realized that democracy is 51% could impose their rule on the other 49% under the color of law.
I demonize democracy, but the constitutional republic is something that I've always been like very, very fond of. But
yeah, and the United States is exactly that. We are not a democracy.
Which country? I beg to discord. Now, USA is a democracy, but it doesn't work democratically at all levels.
The U.S. is a republic.
No, but what then, Prata, you need to define what is democracy for you, because
it's still the rule of the people. It's still the rule of the people. It's still the rule of the people. We have many societies in comparison.
The rule of the people. What do you mean by the rule of the people? That means the people have.
It might be
the power.
I'm going to cut you guys off for literally 1 second. I just want to acknowledge the fact that RL is still smoking, and that is hilarious to me. I'm just going to shut up now. He's been smoking.
He's a Frenchman. And drinking wine.
That motherfucker does not go out. That thing literally has been there this whole time.
And smoking rolling cigarette, you know?
Yeah, the funny thing about France is that a pack of cigarettes is like $10. So, I mean...
Yeah, it's fucking expensive.
New York City
more
is
than
like $17.
The number of people smoking during the stream, right? I got a bad feeling that I'm contributing to bad health because of the open mic. People is like so stressed when they talk. They have to keep smoking.
They're good to go, man. Like
no, I mean I like to smoke when I'm shooting the shit, so that's just the way I am. And then
I've been hitting my vape. I'm not talking shit. I just thought it was funny. Like,
Prada, I think
every
you're.
time I look at RL's stream, he just has a cigarette in his mouth, and it was so fucking funny to me.
I'm gonna light one up. I don't want RL to feel left out.
Were they having a contest to see who could smoke the most cigarettes during the stream?
Bitch, I'll smoke more than you. Let's go.
Prada,
my dad will beat the fuck out of your dad. What's up?
I think you're confusing the two terms between
on a
democracy
packet of tobacco here in France. Look.
Oh, the dead baby?
Yeah, and that's one of the cutest image you can find, because you can also see lung cancer and worst image.
That's common. I think across the world is the same rule.
Well, they stopped doing that in the United States, putting those on because kids were collecting them. They thought they were cool.
That's why
it had a negative effect.
Yeah.
So they used to have all these ugly images on, but it became like trading cards and shit.
Collect all 6 chemo kids.
But the question we were talking about was, what is a democracy? I think that's a fair question, and I think I answered it as simply and succinctly as you can. Two lions and a lamb deciding who's going to be dinner, man. That's
there are different types of democracy. There are different types of democracy.
No, but
there are different types of democracy, and we live in a representative democracy, which pretty much
and that's
works.
Antagonist. Listen,
yes,
that's antagonist.
I know. It's imperfect, but it's the best we can get. Now, the problem we are talking about was before, it's this dictatorship of the minorities you were talking about. This is a kind of a new rule, which is completely undemocratic. Of course, a social state has the duty to protect minorities. That's the idea that was born with the social state. People that live with difficult social conditions have to be helped. And then we went from there from social class, we went to ethnic minorities, and then to social, all types of professional or identity minorities. And now we are like, where does the rule of the majority, yes, compensates with the duty to protect minorities?
The question is why. The question is why it has moved from protecting the minorities to protecting the gays, alleviate the women's, protect the new genders. The question is why. And the answer is to evade social questions.
Society did it in a way.
Not anymore in a democracy, even a representative democracy, which is antinomic to democracy itself. But
so I can say this is open like information that you can just find on the fucking internet. So I'm not like breaking any laws by saying this. The United States military has been having an issue with recruiting numbers for the past year and a half. They have not met their quota. For every single month, they have not met their quota for the past year and a half. So it is constantly trying to alter the military, and that's kind of why we're getting soft too. Altering the military to make it more appealing for people to fucking join. So the one thing that the United States does not want to do is open up a draft. I'm still kind of a firm believer that the United States would never draft soldiers. Because we just have such a large force. But if we keep going down this little tunnel that we've dug ourselves into, I wouldn't think that it's that far out of the question that we would end up having a draft if like a big war was to pop out. But yeah, because of like the way society is going and all that, I do think that like we're trying to alter our way into like getting these motherfuckers to join the military. So,
as Donald Trump stated, you must first build the economy before building the military, because you need a strong economy to back the military.
I think our economy is based on the military, but I also don't think there's really much coming back from the fall that our economy has taken. That's the thing, is like the United States, like the US dollar is it's failing. And I don't mean to sound like a fucking like pretentious cocksucker, even though I probably already do. But like the entire global economy is based around the US dollar. That's not me like sounding like an asshole, but that's just a fact.
That's maybe changing. Maybe
used to be.
No, it is.
That's the idea of the petrodollar. No, that's the idea of the petrodollar. No, you have to buy.
Well, it
dollars to buy
the petrodollar. It goes back to Bretton Woods, but yeah, that is true, and it is becoming less so. But it'll be a long. The dollar will never be. The dollar is never going to disappear. I don't believe. It'll still be.
Of course not.
Of
course not, because the US is the biggest economy on the planet yet. It might become the second, but it's still the biggest economy on the
All I'm saying is, as of right now, like today, if the United States dollar was to fail today, I'm not saying like tomorrow or like within a year. If it was to fail today, the world, like the global economy, would fail immediately.
No, not really.
No,
not really.
Not.
It's sometimes it's more.
Why not? Why not?
It's more.
It will
it's
not.
more.
You will be African countries rising up. beginning to
true.
really develop. You will see other countries in Asia beginning to really develop, thanks to the fact that they don't need to use US dollars anymore. The West will crumble entirely. Yes, Europe will crumble. United States will crumble. Canada will crumble, but not Latin America, which are
another important question.
away from
What in a
US
sense,
dollars, and certainly not Asia, nor the Middle East, and especially not Africa.
I feel like everything would
because they have the natural
the
resources.
So here's what I'm saying.
Resources.
Here's what I'm saying. Like the West, and this isn't a good thing or a bad thing. This is just a thing. The West has their hands, their fucking fingers, divergent every fucking
everywhere.
So
if there are new ways of
look at the grains. Look at the cereals problem, the food problem. Russia,
Africa goes to shit if the US dollar fails.
No, absolutely not. Russia will.
Africa's already shit.
Is helping them.
RL, one of the things you're leaving out of your argument is, like it or not, the United States has a tremendous amount of natural resources, albeit many of them are untouched for political reasons.
But not
but
enough
we do.
for
We
your
have
own
tons of
consumption. Not enough for your own consumption.
Yeah, no, we do. We have enough. If we needed to, we have enough. And
you are the first producer of oil, but not the first exporter. Why? Because you are eating your own oil. Because you need to eat it.
We have enough oil.
Yeah? Russia is the first exporter of oil. Why? Because the amount of oil they can produce is large enough for their own consumption.
I would say
the United States has huge reserves of oil, coal, natural gas, shale. We also have tremendous amount of farmland, a tremendous amount of untapped farmland.
Yes, but there is a problem in the US.
We have uranium
your
too.
landscape, that's your business.
Demographics.
Yeah?
An American person consumes so many resources. Your population just grew 10% in the last 10 years. If it keeps growing on that piece, you will have a real problem with resources, because an American person, an European as well, we consume a lot of resources.
I'm doing my part to consume as much as I can.
We were talking about California. Look at California, all the problem they have with water. See?
Don't get me wrong here. I believe
Russia is the first exporter of grain, and Russia is telling to African countries, stop going to markets. Yeah, come directly to me. Come to Moscow. Make a deal face to face. Yeah, and I will provide you grain at a cost which is way lower than the market price in US dollars. Russia is killing. It's killing the financial system.
No. Russia has no ability to kill no financial system. China has, but I think one of the things that you guys are ignoring, although you know that already, is that new forms of payment, new forms of pricing are appearing on the world. You probably know that in Asia they don't use the dollar; they use a basket to price things, because the dollar is quite unstable. They said since the 94, so they have a kind of a basket with many different currencies, and most things are the contracts are use that reference. They don't use the dollar. But that's not even the point. The point is now that many countries have diverging their international reserves. We have the coming back of the gold, as you probably already noticed, not in the Western countries, but in the non-Western countries. Central banks are investing in gold in big scale, and they're even trying to increase their national reserves or international reserves. Sorry. Some countries like Pakistan, unfortunately, are running down. It's a big problem. But they also think that brings many countries to think they probably need to use a different system of payments, of clearance.
US dollars.
Go on, Ariel. I didn't hear you.
Going outside US dollars.
Going outside the US dollar, exactly. Yes, going outside. Yes, doing bilateral deals with central banks. Central banks doing bilateral deals with their major partners, Russia is a major. It does that a lot with almost all countries. Non-European, non-Western countries that deal with them, they always try to use, for instance, credit lines. They change as much as they need, and then on the end of the year or in some years they kind of adjust. What does they need to pay to whom? No, this is becoming very popular.
I'm trying to hear from Doug, dude. I've been staring at Doug.
Sorry there. But the dollar won't disappear because of the simple fact it's still a very strong economy. And then most of the Western countries have their economies or their coins based on the US dollar. So that coin will stay, definitely, but might lose a lot of importance in the future because of themselves, because of their mistakes, abusing of their dominance or monopoly. Countries are getting out, or not getting out, but
one question. One question. What will you do with national debt?
That's why.
With national what?
National debt. 31 trillion.
National debt. National debt. You mean specifically the United States or just in general?
That's why I was saying in United States, they take irrational decisioners. Since Obama to try to make some protectionism, Obama, then Trump, and then Biden, they can't manage to make America working again. It's finished. They can't do it. That's why they're printing money.
Well, yeah, the process is to inflate away the debt. That's probably the most likely scenario, is basically just inflate it away so you can pay it back in. I'm not just. He's asking the question. I'm just trying to answer it as best I can.
And that's why I'm
the
saying
plan is to inflate away the debt.
Can't change the system. China alone can't change the system. They need someone like Russia or Saudi Arabia, which are biggest natural resources providers. And if those guys decided to say, fuck US dollars, then US dollars will just crumble.
Well, I would say that national debt is quite important. But the problem is that, especially the Western countries, there have been emitting liquidity, they have been growing their liquidity inside of the market during the pandemic. That it's very difficult to pay that back. It's extremely difficult. They try through inflation, through low tax rates to make disappear, like G.A.'s was saying, like blowing off, but it's not working. It's becoming very dangerous, and we might be seeing Europe with another monetary crisis.
You know why it's not working? You know why it's not working? Because Europe have deindustrialized, except maybe Germany.
We are talking about huge quantities of key 4 and P3.
That's why we can't pay it back. Yeah. So all that was printing money. Only the wealthiest, the 0.01% of Europe elite.
RL, where are you from?
That money.
Just a quick question.
And all the production has went to outside of Europe, mainly China.
Yes, I will guess that RL is from France. He's French.
Yes, I am.
He's French.
You're French? Okay.
I'm living in France. Yeah.
RL is from Belgium, right? Then, but living in France now, right? Is it?
Because of a woman.
So I think T. Where are you from, T?
I haven't heard from T in a minute.
What you have to understand is Western countries have delocalized everything, outsourcing all industries because they decided to financialize their economy to the benefit of a very few.
Yes, I have a theory for this new this paranoia with
people who are in charge in United States don't give a fuck about their population. Yeah, look at
I
the
have a
Cold
theory.
War. Look at the Cold War. They made a treaty with Soviet Union to only install one ABM anti-ballistic system. They were allowed just to have one anti-ballistic system, and the Soviet Union decided to place that in Moscow. United States decided to place that in the middle of nowhere, where you have a military base with the two kilometers deep bunkers just to protect the military. So in the case of nuclear Armageddon exchange, United States population can just die. They don't give a fuck about that.
There was a very interesting.
Oh, you muted yourself.
You're muted.
Sorry. So there was last month. Sorry, there was a very interesting news. European central banks are low on actives, and they were saying, can they emit money? Can they emit more money? Print more money? And they said, well, yes, they can. The problem is credibility, and this is very interesting because who wants to deal with euros, knowing that this coin has no actives behind? That means if there is a strong devolution, if the exchange rate falls, they have no ability to bring it down, the central banks, because they are empty of actives. And in saying this, it's quite interesting. After this news, we heard about tanks, and now we are talking about airplanes and submarines. I think Europe is quite afraid that something goes wrong, and they have no ability at this point to bring things under control, especially in the monetary terms.
They are acting in an irrational manner.
Irrational way,
Simply
completely.
as that. Totally irrational.
Oh, I think Archimedes, your mic is, something is wrong with your mic. You want to check your mic, Archimedes? Oh my god, my ears.
Who's that?
Archimedes mic. You check your mic again.
It sounds like some XCOM shit going on.
Yeah, your mic is broken.
Yeah, you have a problem with the microphone.
Yeah, your mic is broken. There's something wrong with your mic. Like it's Transformer talking. You know, we don't understand that.
Talking like Donald Duck.
Speaking of robots, have you guys talked about the tank robots that are coming into supposed to be coming into Ukraine?
Nope.
What is that noise?
No tanks.
Russian robots.
No
that might have been me. I'm sorry.
Tanks drones. Tanks drones.
Yeah, tank drones.
Tank drones.
So Doe was asking if there's tank robots. I haven't even seen anything about it. What do you know about it?
The former head of Roscom, he put out a message and he had a link. But apparently they have these they're small tracked vehicles, and they have, like one gun on them, like a 20 millimeter or something, and then they have tank killing, ATGMs, and apparently they can run these like AI tracks. They've used them on set piece defenses, like for missile sites and things like that. But they said that they've reworked the software and they're going to use them in combat to fight, to be sort of anti-tank little robots that come out there. And
I'm so fucking sorry. Can you repeat that?
Because of
yeah, no problem.
Artificial intelligence in a war zone was in Libya, and it was made by Turkey on their drones, Bayraktar drones. They use it for the first time. Yeah, artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Just think about how it would be with some RC vehicles loaded with some explosive, and they go around, and when they see a tank, they go there, and you let this explode like an aerial drone now, but on the earth. I think this is very possible, and it will come.
You've seen in movies a remote control car drives up underneath the other guy's car and blows him up. I mean, that'd be easy to do with
Yeah, but
actually in World War II, right?
Artificially
In World War II, there's already
driven
such
by
a tank.
artificial intelligence.
Yeah,
so you don't
yeah, they
need
had
a
one in
guy
World War
behind the
II that
remote
was loaded.
control anymore.
They already done it. They already done
Yeah,
it.
so the Germans in World War II already have such a weapon. So
Yeah,
it's a very
I
small
mean
little
now
tank.
RC
Now-
cars, because there are RC like aerial drones with explosive. What they are doing now, very often. Now imagine they put that in a RC car and send the car against the tank.
But the car cannot roll through the mud, which is why the one in
But
World War
there is
II,
not always mud. In the
in
summer,
World War II, right?
You get some big fat mud tires on that.
There is actually tracked, so it's like a tiny tank. So that's what the Germans use.
Yes, I know
Right.
that. I know that with the Germans, but they were fueled by electrical and there was a cable. They had a cable, and it was not so easy. But now you take an RC car, which is quite strong now, and put some explosive load on it and send it against the tank when the ground is allowing.
Control. All that is remote control. Yeah, it's like Azerbaijan against Armenia. They used old Soviet fighter jets, which were remote controlled. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this one they were showing it
You
worked, I
don't
guess, with
understand
the
me.
drones. It was automatic, and it figures its own path to the best shot,
Yeah.
and then
That's
takes a
artificial
6
intelligence.
kilometer, 8 kilometer shot from a hill or something, and then it rolls back, reloads. So I haven't seen them out yet, but they're supposed to be coming.
The Poseidon Doom weapon of Russia is technically an autonomous drones. That means it can act by itself. He receives some instruction and then he do what he has to do. He do what he has to do.
Yes, the Russians are
Yeah.
very well advanced in quantum computing. Strange enough, especially on communication use, and they were very successful in using them in communication. They are actually building one to secure the train network, for instance. And also something very interesting about Russia is that for quantum computing, we need neon, because quantum computing needs extreme low temperatures. We need the most temperatures absolute zero. And neon can be cooled almost to staying gases until absolute zero. And there is no supplies of neon in the world at the moment. Russian is not selling their neon because they are were the biggest supplier of neon, or they are not selling them. It's on in many laboratories in the world now can't continue their research because there is no neon available. Sorry.
About quantum computing, I think.
But quantum computing is something very.
Yeah, but about quantum computing, I think the most advanced country is China. Yeah, with their.
But I was just saying that Russia was one of the first developing.
Yeah, but Russia is a bit below China, because China they have made a quantum computing based on photon. It's incredible, 76 qubit. That's how they managed to reach, which is, I mean,
yes, but you have.
It's only in the range of 50. Yeah.
Yes, but you have to have an application. Quantum computing is amazing, but you have to find ways to use it, to operate it. People.
It's the Chinese who have made the first 6G radar communication, and they are the only one proven to use quantum satellites for protecting their communications.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a super chat for you, Al. All right. About Paris riots.
There is no riot in Paris. I mean, France have the best anti-riot police on earth. They have the best. Yeah. They can use their stick and
they're the best. They're the biggest. They're the best. They're the biggest.
So
they'll
what
outdo any riot.
No,
So what
they are very specialized.
They take soccer hooligans, get rid of them,
and they also even have special units where their goals is to mask themselves like protesters and destroying windows of shops. So the media came with their camera and say, "Oh, look at those strikers! Oh, how bad they are!" And
they're like
those are police
like
officers.
Wagner.
I've heard that is a common tactic in the United
I
States
think
too.
what they,
As the protesters.
I think
No,
what they
they
were
are very
asking
strong,
is if you
very,
thought
very
the
strong in
protests would change anything in France, like the Yellow Vest protests would change anything.
No, it's
It
impossible.
also sounds like what
Didn't
happened in
change
Hong Kong, right?
anything.
I don't think French
They
needs
put the gendarme, they
quantum
put the
computer to break
CRS,
windows.
they just strike on the head of people and everybody went home and that's it.
I mean, like,
like
there need to be a
in Hong
lot of
Kong as well.
people do something like this. And I mean, the deep state in France is pretty powerful. Like, they control, I mean, there was something, because I'm French too, by the way, there was something I remember during the Yellow Vests. There was a lot of cops who committed suicide. So, is it like, when I mean a lot, is that I remember something like in a month, there was maybe like 200 cops who killed themselves or something like this. If you can maybe correct me, RL, maybe you can remember about the exact number.
I don't mean to break this conversation up. Can you explain to me what you're talking about? I have no idea.
The Yellow Vests in France, when there was the riots, it was like 3 years ago. I mean, like, the French people are very used to, you know, like demonstrating and stuff like that. But this time, when it was the Yellow Vest, it was a huge, maybe one of the biggest, like, riot kind of demonstration movement. And the movement essentially was populist, which means it was really mixing left ideologies and basically right-wing ideologies. But I remember that they used, talking about maybe the government, I can't really tell, but I know that Antifa groups really ruined the protest back in the day. The black blocs. I remember because I was at the protest, and when they saw like a group of right-wing guys, they just attacked them very violently, and I remember the cops not doing anything. And I mean, that was really a way to just dismember this movement and make like people lose morale. And yeah, by the way, a lot of people, you talked about how, you know, French riot cops like hit people with stun sticks. They have, I mean, you have this too in the USA. They have some kind of weapons that shoot, how is it, like some
rubber bullets.
some kind of ball. Anyway, many people lost their eyes. I know that was a huge thing because they aimed at the head directly. But like the guy, maybe the cop was at like 100 meters or something, and I just remember a lot of people lost their eyes.
20 meters.
20 meters?
20 meters.
Yeah, sometimes 20 meters, and that's
head, right
unconventional.
Ah.
Yeah. That was
so.
That
did
was
you guys?
fucking
I'm
brutal.
just curious. Did you guys support LePen?
I'm not
I mean-
French. I can't vote for presidential
Okay, I didn't know if
election.
you were allowed to vote or not or anything like that. So
I
was
don't
just curious.
trust her. I don't trust LePen. She
No,
changed her policy.
LePen is just a part of the
I just
the
meant the
business.
policies. You know, do you think they had a legit shot, or did she actually lose fair and square?
But she would be a change.
No,
because she would be a change.
LePen, her function, the function of LePen is to make the opponent of LePen win.
Yeah,
That's
it
just
looks
her,
like
her
it.
role. She's just there
Is that where we have here
to
from?
take the money and that's it. And
Well,
she's
you have
very
to
happy to
realize-
have the
That's
situation
kind of
she
how
has.
Biden was.
You have to realize in 20 years, her party, the National Front, not only it changed its name, it changed its whole policy. It was anti-EU, it became pro-EU, it was pro-Russia, now suddenly it became pro-Ukraine. It was like for, you know, lefting many like, you know, economic pacts and stuff with the US. Now they don't really care. They were anti-immigration. Now, I mean, they're still kind of anti-immigration, but like not that radical as they were. And that's why a guy, maybe you don't really like hear about him in the US, it was Zemmour. And Zemmour really gained some popular like votes because many people just didn't trust Le Pen at this point because she was.
Zemmour, you must understand, is backed by American financial system.
Oh, I know that. Don't worry, I know.
Amount of
Don't
money
worry.
from a New York banker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zarot, where are you from, Zarot? Zarot, where are you from?
I'm from France. I'm from France.
You're from France?
Yeah.
But you're not French.
Wait, what do you mean?
You're not French. You don't have a French accent.
You are not looking like a French. You know?
I don't look. Okay, maybe because of the flag too.
France is not Romania.
But I'm Serbian. I'm Serbian origin. But I live in France. Yeah.
Oui, je comprenais.
Ah, bah, c'est excellent.
Est-ce que tu parles français, monsieur?
Bah,
I know, Mike.
No one will understand. Yeah, don't worry. I speak French. Everyone speaks French. A lot of French.
Oh,
everyone wants.
So perhaps you can explain us, if you are Serbian, perhaps you can explain us why this so strong connection, almost existential, between Serbia and Russia. It's
Kako si, Zarot? Kako si mo?
Dobro. That's a huge like. There's many factors. Not only there were the NATO bombing, but like historically, Russia supported the Serbian independence against the Turks. Then we could, it's not really about Serbia, but World War I started in Serbia, and Russia intervened secondly, and then France and this alliance play. Then there was in the relations, something was cut off when Soviet Union appeared. And in the 90s, Milosevic, who was in power in Yugoslavia, he had a very I would say anti-Western stance, but not systematically. But he wanted some independence. He didn't want to systematically enter EU, etc. Plus, there was some consequences about this and the war, and obviously the West was supporting Croats and Bosniaks and then Albanians, etc. And the only country in Europe who was supporting us before and now still supporting us without really a big reason, it was Russia. I mean, Yeltsin didn't do much, but still, diplomatically speaking, etc., they were supporting us.
He did much. We almost had the Third World War in Pristina.
In Yugoslavia, I don't know. I don't think so.
In Kosovo. Well, but Russia was bankrupt. They couldn't support more.
Obviously, they had a lot of problems. But obviously, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of volunteers. I don't know if you guys know about Strelkov, for example, was very popular around the Donbass, war, etc. Well, he was a volunteer in Bosnian War for the Serbian side. So there was many political ties that were made during these wars between Russian nationalist movements and Serbian nationalist movements, and it kept going on. Obviously, people were supporting each other in the medias, etc. And yeah, we could say they were one of our only ally in Europe. I mean, obviously Romania, Bulgaria, and Greece, many countries refused to impose sanctions and go against us, but Russia was always seen as the defender of the Slavic and Orthodox people, generally speaking. So that's why.
It is quite interesting, as most Serbs have an identity towards a brotherhood with the Russians. It's quite impressive. I don't see such a connection to other countries. Between two countries that way.
I have a totally different view about this, about the brotherhood with Russia. Romanians are not brother with Russians.
No, yes, but you're not Slavic.
Generally speaking,
you are Rumi. Rumi, where is the money, Rumi?
And the Romanians were very mean to the Russians.
Do you remember? Is that like a gypsy or something? Is that like gypsy or Roman?
You know what we say? What we say about Romanians in France? They're looking for copper.
Are you that limited? Are you that limited that you don't understand what Romania is?
Personally, I'm not. I know Romanian people
Romania are not
who are
slavish. Yeah, I know that.
really Romanian, but
Yes.
the wrong.
And I know Romanian elites
Dracu,
have some
don't
views
forget.
on Moldavia and some views on southern Ukraine near Odessa.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. But Dracu, don't forget that unfortunately, the Romanians didn't get well with the fact that we're liberated by the Russians in the 1800s, as you probably know, and that's why you never really made the connection.
We didn't get liberated by the Russian.
Of course you did, but you forgot.
No.
It is not convenient. It's not convenient to remember.
They were dominated by Ottomans and then they were dominated by Russians. I mean, Romania have their own history, yeah. They are not like the Turks out. They are specific. I mean,
no, my friend.
Dracula.
Actually, we saved Russia.
Oh, really?
Yes, actually, we saved Russia.
You were on the wrong side, and you paid the price very much.
Okay, may I say something, or are you just talking shit?
We're not.
Mostly shit.
He's just talking shit.
Mostly shit.
They're trying to rile you up.
That's okay. Then I have no problem with it.
But the problem with Moldavia is actually a big problem for Romania. It's obvious. It's obvious, and there is a problem because Moldavia is what it is nowadays. How can Romania?
What is Moldavia?
It's a country where many ethnies live together, more or less. It's very poor.
You're talking shit. You have no clue about Moldavia. No? That's the truth. No clue. Do you have no clue about Moldavia, but you are talking? You have no clue about Romania, but you're talking.
Yeah.
You have
I heard a beautiful
Hey,
Prada.
The question is about
Prada I asked you. You know what you are talking about, or you just talking shit?
I know.
Because if you are talking shit, I don't have to intervene.
No, I'm talking about how do you see the perception of the existence of Moldavia, how it exists today, because it's a very complex geopolitical situation.
It's not complex geopolitical. Moldavia is a part of Romania, and that's period.
But what about Gagauzia? What about the Bulgarian minorities? What about Transnistria?
Where are Bulgarian minorities
and
in
what
Moldavia?
About the Moldovan would say they are Moldovan and not Romanian.
Now you're not. Now you should know what that is. Now you're not. There is a big in the south is mostly populated by Gagauzians and Bulgarians, and the east, as we know, it's populated by Russians and Ukrainians. Make the Transnistria.
Gagauzian are not in south, my friend. Are in east.
Gagauz is in the south. Sorry. Gagauz is pretty much in the south, in the frontier with Ukraine.
Where? Yes.
Is Bukovina
Romanian? No.
Of course, Bukovina is Romanian.
Okay.
Of course. And the old south.
What about Snake Island?
It's also Romanian.
Those are Muslims.
I support you.
Dracu, I wanted to just wonder, like, what would you consider to be like the ideal security arrangement for Romania? Or do you think NATO, for example,
the only arrangement which would be considerable for Romania would be neutrality of Romania.
Right, so no defense alliance with neighbors, for example.
No neutrality, complete neutrality would be the best for Romania.
What about with the
don't you think
Hungarians?
Romania would be a bit susceptible to stronger powers? Like, it is not a powerhouse in enough by itself.
Like Hungary?
I mean,
geographically, it's a big asset for NATO. Romania is a big asset for NATO.
Romania was always the center,
but also Ukraine was the biggest here, and we have bigger powers next to us. So I
don't talk about Romania as a big power. Romania was never a big power. Romania was in the center of the
precisely. That is precisely why I asked, because Romania is placed in between big powers, big Western powers, and Russia, right? So what would be like an So wouldn't Romania stand better with, for example, Bulgaria, for example?
No. The best would be for Romania to be neutral, like Switzerland.
But that's not possible.
Why is not possible? You say that's not possible.
Because they won't let you, mister. They won't let you be neutral. Understand that?
Yeah, that's not my problem. I just said what it would be the best.
Yes, of course. It would be the best. It would be the best, of course. Of course, yes. Especially taking into account that Romania is culturally an island.
So imagine I think we're getting like way too like. I mean, I guess this is the place to do it, but I think we're getting way too political here. I would love to hear some more like dialogue on like the actual like
defense
the
politics.
shit we're sending.
Okay, then I have a question. What do you guys know about the lasers? The lasers that some people were saying the Russians could bring down satellites with big lasers. What do you know?
I haven't heard shit about that.
Well, it's they have this project. It's quite well known. Well, it's documented.
Science 2018, and the famous speech of Putin on the 1st March. He presented a laser weapon based on a truck, which is
you
very
can buy
smart
it. Sorry, just very, very precise. You can buy it for 50 euros on eBay, and you can throw up an aeroplane with a green laser. Okay, this is a weapon.
We're talking about taking down satellites. It's different.
The question is satellites. This would be a major.
The Russian lasers is
I have a question for Wyatt.
Very clever because it's based on a truck. So it can have infinite amount of energy compared to an airplane.
Well, they also say there is a station somewhere in the Caucasus, in a big mountain.
Yeah. Oh, they say.
China has a ground-based laser.
When they say
China
that, it must be
ground-based lasers. Also,
I don't know. You are the military experts.
Who is saying? Who is saying?
Well, the news. When you look into it,
which news? Which news? I never read the news which is saying that in Caucasus.
Then you can look into it. There is this what RL was saying that is in a train. That is in a train.
Really?
And there is and there is also
a track.
A track.
Twitter is news. Twitter is news for you.
Okay.
For me, Twitter is bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah,
but well, the Chinese are also quite advanced with laser.
Oh, no way!
No way. Okay.
For as far as I
think laser is still science fiction, my friend.
Yeah, largely
no, it's not.
Because because the amount of power you need to use to weaponize a laser is tremendous. So so mostly is still very hard to make it.
It's science fiction still.
It's still science fiction. I mean, there is an experiment that makes it works.
Sorry, but you could take a green laser for 50 euro on eBay and draw
the name of the Russian laser. Listen, Dracu, the name of the Russian laser is called Perevets or something like that.
Okay.
It really exists. I mean, the Russians have shown it.
What that means, Perevet?
But they have S5.
We don't know if it works. We don't know if it works, but there is a program.
It's like the Poseidon torpedoes. It's like the Sarmat ICBM. It's like the Kinjal. It's like the hypersonic gliders. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which is going at plus 25. Yeah, you can say science fiction, but people in the West, and especially in the United States, are taking it very seriously.
In the United States, I believe
I'm now like 50 years on this world, and I might need maybe 20 years more to believe that.
Well, because I mean, in the United States, I know they're working on countermeasures that they can put on older aircraft like pods that basically would shoot out lasers to shoot down incoming air-to-air missiles or surface-to-air missiles. so that they can extend the survivability of older aircraft, which is crazy if you think about it, because you're going to have an automated system that detects the launch and is able to target and power that laser enough times to hit. So something's going on in that technology. Maybe we've gotten to a point where we've been able to miniaturize some stuff and get more power out. Supposedly there was an airline that we had in the 80s, like a 747, that could shoot a fucking laser out. I don't know how effective it was. I don't know how close it had to be. But if we're fucking around with that shit back then, we probably got some stuff. I mean, we use lasers to, like, you know, was it microwaves and stuff like that? And we use lasers for, you know, the sight systems. And in a cheap laser like that, you can use it to blind optics and stuff, you know, and mess with stuff. But so that's a cheap way to counter like somebody who's got better technology. But at the same time, you know, it's just like you see on the news, some dumbass points a fucking laser at a police helicopter and he just gets on the radio, turns his thermal on, and you can watch the cops sneak up on him and get his ass in the dark, and he doesn't even know they're there. You know, he's like, "Oh, I got my laser out here. I'm pointing." I mean, that laser. You know, they could. Who knows? Maybe
speaking of using lasers for blinding, because we were talking a little bit earlier regarding drones and so forth, and I keep thinking, you know, shouldn't we be seeing more what is it called, ECMs, like electric jammers and so forth, to kind of render drones ineffective? And the same way, could one not use lasers as a point defense system against smaller drones? Not necessarily to destroy them, but to destroy their electronics so they wouldn't function anymore. I'm not entirely sure.
Electromagnetic waves.
I saw a story where the Russians are putting out a pod that goes.
Why are you thinking you don't see laser all over the place in the industry?
They use lasers
in the industry
quite a lot.
Hey, my question was, why you don't see laser all over the place? So Wyatts made a point.
No. You don't see it. I see it.
No.
I mean, people in the country, in the building industries are using lasers just to know the distance.
No.
And they manage it to, and a machine that flash you because you are driving too fast.
Yes. I'm not talking about these lasers. I'm talking
Franco,
about
the lasers that you'll know are the ones that remove the hemorrhoids. That's
yes.
The Z machine.
The problem with the laser is that
very powerful lasers concentrated.
The power that you need for them to produce this effect is going geometrically high. You know, so if you need a laser to be used like a weapon, you would need a power station which is so big that you cannot transport it, and that's the problem.
You can transport it.
Here's what you do. You take a nuclear reactor out of an old sub, you slap it on the back of a flatbed truck, and you put the fucking laser on the front of it, and you drive around and shoot that motherfucker off at people.
And that's what the Russians have made.
Why are they not doing that?
Well, we haven't had a reason to put a laser on a truck and shoot people yet.
Why not? Why?
They're saving the best weapons for NATO.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's like they talked about the gods of the rods of God.
Is it true?
I mean, does that exist or not?
Is it true they are saving the best weapons for NATO? Do you think that's true?
Well, I mean, like the Su-57 and T-14 and stuff like that. I think they are saving a lot of stuff.
Well, you know, the Americans being a dick and holding back and holding out on their friends. Oh yeah, we ain't got nothing, and then we got some sweet ass shit back in the back for us.
Yeah, I mean, we're not giving them the best stuff either. So you know.
So it's been 4.5 hours. I really didn't want to go to 5 hours. So can we have a closing statement so that we can I
wanted to add something about
not reach 5 hours. Then we but I want to before that, is the timing that I start the open mic, is it all right? For you guys?
Yeah.
Or it's all right? Yeah,
for me, it will be Central European time. So for
really what's
like
good for you.
Scandinavia, Central Europe, and so forth, it starts. The stream will be starting more or less around 8 in the evening. So most people are done from work and so it's very suitable, at least from my perspective, and like my time zone down to Africa for that matter as well. Which I don't know why we don't have more of them, but the same.
Yeah, because definitely the Asian side and the Australian side will not be able to join. That's for sure, because it's a bit late for, like, when I start it's 1 a.m. for me, so it's a bit different. I mean, South Americans I also a bit fewer. Like maybe I have to do like start from now, then maybe it will be like better.
If you're gonna do South America, you gotta do like the cocaine cast or something.
So anyway, let's
most
do closing.
Most Brazilian streams start at this time as well. Well, 11 o'clock.
I see. So Key, just now you say you have a question for me. Do you still remember?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, like, what was happening in Vuhledar? Like, I'm hearing all these different things. Yeah.
So if you want to believe, okay, the pro-Ukrainian view is the Russian offensive has failed. No, their entire offensive has failed. The pro-Russian view is the weather is very bad. So it's not encircled. So that is fake news.
No.
So which other source that is telling you is encircled, unsubscribe. I tell you for a fact. If you guys don't believe me, you guys are just going to get confused over and over again. I kind of like post this everywhere. I've been complaining a lot on Telegram, on Twitter, but a lot of people don't take me seriously. I tell you, it's not a mapper war. There's only one guy who is constantly creating fake mapping, and he is getting the support of AZ Geopolitics and now Intel Slava. And I tell you this, his map is all fake, like 100% fake, because he tried to tell me he's a source, and then I started to I'm going to plot your stuff and I'm going to test it out. And after 2 weeks I totally banned him because he literally tell me fake news. Like he gave me one information about Russia capturing certain position. I asked him where's the source. He gave me one video and said this guy in the video said the source. I used Google Translate to use the verbal translation to translate the entire interview, and it was totally unrelated to it. It was talking about somewhere else, talking about Severodonetsk or something like this. I was so pissed, I immediately banned him.
Who is that guy?
This mapper is called Nebrezny. His mapping is being used by posted by AZ Geopolitics, because AZ Geopolitics appointed him as an admin. And because AZ Geopolitics is so huge, because they got so many subscribers, and they are largely seen like a bit like pro-Russian, this map is starting to go around, and Intel Slava started to work with him as well. So I can tell you his stuff is all bullshit. It's just all fake, which is why there is a lot of confusing information. Like, Russian forces have captured or Stupushki or entered Stupushki is fake. Surrounding Vuhledar is fake. There's no such information reported by.
But is it Vuhledar diversion then?
No idea. I mean, there is a serious push, and then the Ukrainians reinforce a lot of forces there, and then they not even reinforce just Vuhledar. They were reinforcing the north of Vuhledar as well, all the way up to the mines, which then prevents encirclement. So the Russians tried to push for the mines. It seems like it failed, and then now they're just saying that the weather is very bad, so the offensive cannot be conducted. So there is no encirclement ever. No. At least if you watch my reporting, I've never said it was encircled, because in my trusted sources, there was never that kind of situation.
But the Ukrainians had to move resources to that area.
Yes,
they didn't have there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because the push was very serious. The Russians really wanted to take Vuhledar, but it was just so difficult because it was very flat. The ground there is very flat, and then Vuhledar is slightly on a small little hill, slightly, and they are all high-rise building. So literally wherever you go around Vuhledar, they can see you, like for kilometers and kilometers away. So the Russian find it really hard, and if it fails, it's not surprising to me. Yeah, but the offensive are ongoing elsewhere. And the elsewhere are doing pretty well for the Russians. But So it's important for me. It's just important for the viewers as well. Always fact check the information. If you find that the information is a bit weird, note it down, check it again. What is the reality a few days later, and see whether that guy actually say something wrong or fake. For my case, if there's any information that is invalidated, I literally just report in the video that it's invalidated. I tell you that this source just admitted that the information is wrong or something like this. But that guy that I say that is creating the fake map, they never correct themselves. And it's always so beautiful, the view for the pro-Russian side. So the pro-Russian side will definitely feel very itchy to share it because it looks so beautiful. It's basically hopium. So
yeah.
What I found as most important now, it was the fact that the Ukrainian left below Orivka, because below Gorivka, this is in front of Seversk, because this was the point where they influenced the whole region there. They had their an artillery point, a very strong one, which the Russian couldn't take for 6 months now. And they left this point. So that's the sign that they are retreating, really retreating in this region. So that's what I found important.
Yeah,
and it's confirmed now. So Wyatts, I wanted to ask you. You know the maps from the Institute of Study of War.
I don't use them because there's no reason to use them because they literally have the same sources. I don't think they have any special sources. So
okay, yeah. But I think they are updating. They are updating a little faster than other maps.
Yeah. So no idea because they're a bit dubious. They to me they seems like a bit dubious as an institution, which is why I don't really reference them. Anyway, they are not a source. So the difference is that I follow sources. That means they have exclusive information from the ground. I'm not a source, so I'm just an aggregator, just like most news. We are just aggregating the news. So that's what I do. I just plot it on the map. So which is why I never say that I'm a source. So being a source is different. Like you really know something for a fact. So that is more important.
Yes. Do you have access to this map, which Interslava is using, the Russian map?
Which Russian map?
This.
I think he means the one that military summary also uses. The one that's
the military summary.
Icons.
Yeah.
I go in before. It's a bit too much things. It's very heavy. The one is a Russian map. I think military map. XYZ.
He's using how you call it? He's using 3 maps, and one of them is Russian. And I tried to get access. I tried to get access to that map, and they won't let me in.
You have to have Apple, and you have to pay for it.
No, you don't have.
So the military summary map.
I think you do.
The one used by military summary. He I think that one you need to pay, if I'm not wrong. I remember seeing it. Is it around $5 per month? Around there. So
it's an
the
app?
map is very. Yeah, it's an app, like a web app. I think this is pretty. I think I actually entered it before. It's very detailed. Too much information for me to use. And that's one map. Riba actually creates their own map, but they don't have an interactive map that you can use. They just publish their own map. So Riba's map is pretty decent. I wouldn't say that it's 100% factual. Sometimes it can be wrong because Riba is not one person. Riba is a team of people. So sometimes the mapper actually misunderstands the intel and then he maps wrongly. So that I see it before, so I know. So it's sometimes, so I don't really reference Riba's mapping. Only mainly I only reference it for like trying to find a certain location that they mention. Sometimes I don't understand what is that place, so I use their map to see. If not, I don't reference their map. I only reference the information that they post. So that's how I map. So yeah. So
okay, you are doing absolutely well. You are doing very good. I must tell you.
Thank you so much. So that's why you guys are all here. It's because of the Ukraine war. So I think we should do closing. If not, then we will never end. And Von, do you want to answer your super chat question? Let me pull out the question. Where's the question for Von? Oh my God, is it so far away? Why
I remembered what it was. They asked like what tank would I pick to use in Ukraine if based on what's operational if I had a choice, and I would pick the T90M because it's the newest tank. It's going to have the best ammo available. It's going to be brand new, so I'm going to have less maintenance worries. It's probably going to have the best support, and it's going to be something I'd be familiar with as a former tanker. As far as it's got a thermal imager, it's got the electronic digital screens, it's got push buttons and stuff. So I would take that one just because it's the newest thing. It would be the most comparable thing that I would be comfortable with. And the other one, somebody asked about the Ukrainians moving, when is it going to be too much for them to keep moving troops around to respond to all the Russian probes and try to plug the gaps?
You wouldn't take the T-14, the Armada?
No.
The
only reason I say that is I think I'm just more traditional. I like a hole in a turret and a guy with a gun. And then the other one was about moving troops around. I mean, it's really just a matter of time for Ukraine because everyone knows that their rail lines are limited, their fuel's limited, their ability to transport around. It's just going to be when they miscalculate to an extent that there's too many troops in the wrong place and something happens somewhere else. So that could be at any time because we really don't know what's getting moved around. We just know shit's going everywhere, and we know that they have shitty logistics. So it's just
I get it. I get you. No, that's a good choice.
Okay, so let's do closing. No, let's start off with T. I don't know which. Yeah. T.
Okay.
Any final words?
It's my first time. Thanks for having me here. I would say as my closing statement, something I wanted to mention earlier, but then the conversation went in a different direction. In regards to when we were talking about like the propaganda and how the West is so deep into the propaganda that most of the population, even when the truth comes out, like the last couple of days, we've had some reports about the Israeli prime minister saying a bunch of stuff about how Zelensky's life was guaranteed. It was guaranteed that he wasn't going to get assassinated. It brings a completely different view of everything that he was doing, like how he went on the video. He's like, oh, I'm not scared. I don't need a ride. I need bullets. At that point, he knew he wasn't going to die. So this whole image of him being the great crusader is kind of it's kind of true, but it's also kind of a lie because he knew he was in danger at that point. So my point is that now that we know these things and even so many other things we know along with the Aussie interview, he's saying exposing a lot of things. So we know things that we kind of knew were true. We have a bit more confirmation. We still can't say it's 100% true. But then if you tell someone that's kind of blinded by the media and the propaganda, you can tell them like, look, here's the truth, and they still won't believe it. So I think that's really worrying that even once we have things come out, it's quite concerning how most of the population still will just ignore it, or even better, they'll call you like a Putin apologist and things like that.
Okay, that's final, right? Anyway, Zarok, can you email me? Give me your email in the private chat so that we can keep in contact. So Draku.
Yeah, I don't have much to close here because I was here quite how you say not on time. But what I would tell you all is please check your information a lot. So over and over again, because there is so much bullshit on the net about these things. This is much more bullshit than truth. So you have to check it over and over again until you believe it, because there is no other option as to believe it, because we are not there. So that's what I say.
And
thank you.
Thank you.
Hell yeah,
Vaughn.
I was just gonna say it's another good open mic. Anyone that watches is welcome to come on. I encourage anyone to come on. We always like to hear new opinions. It's always good to have different people from around the world, chiming in on whatever's going on in their area, or they can add information that we ain't getting in the regular media. People that actually live in Russia or live in the Balkans or Asia, instead of getting some, dumbass tell you something. So, like I said, always come on. Don't just hide and chat and talk shit. And as always, I enjoy the conversation, just hanging out with everybody and talking.
Just short one more thing. If someone wants to ask me something special about tanks, I am a tank driver. So I was trained on T-55.
Yeah, I was going to say too real quick. If anyone has a question, just hit me in chat and I'll.
Not now.
Not now. Yeah, I'm just saying, just hit me up in chat.
No.
And I'll try to answer questions.
For the future.
Yeah.
Yeah. And hoping.
Yeah, I came a little bit late, but I managed to listen to some of the stream in the background, and it's very satisfying to see that we keep getting new faces here. And I'm kind of adding a little bit to what Juan was saying. Like it's we were talking a little bit on the Telegram. I was hoping to get on while Björn, who was also Norwegian, Björn Spoonberg, and get him on the Telegram. So now that if you're watching this part, Björn, you're invited to the Telegram, and the reason is because I would like to see us have streams where we are having only, for example, Norwegians, since we have now 3 Norwegians, while the different opinions there. And then we can have 3 French. We have Sarod and RL and Marty's from Belgium, but that's perhaps something of the same. No, the Americans are doing something similar. It's French. Yeah, exactly. It's French enough. And because the thing here is that we all get kind of a lot of the same propaganda and information, but then we kind of get a little bit of other information sources. And when we are, for example, gathered up in let's say 3-4 of the same nationality, we are discussing pretty internal topics. But so let's say we're following corruption, just to have an example. Well, the corruption that goes in Norway will necessarily be connected to some corruption. We're talking high level corruption, right? Be connected to other countries like France, and we have different streams in that regard. I'm just coping on constantly here, but it will be nice, and I think it's nice to see fresh faces, new nationalities, and we start to communicate a little bit. We can have some interesting conversations that probably like Draco, you can, if we have someone from Bulgaria or something like that in your area, maybe you want to reconsider the regional security alliance. Not you can stay neutral, but if you are attacked, right? It's an interesting topic to have for any. Most of us small countries like Norway, I keep harping on that. I think we should have first and foremost a Scandinavian defense framework, and then we'll take it from there. Maybe have a vote in a bigger block afterwards, because then we have more parity. Things like that would be very interesting to see the opinions of the very different people to come on the open mic here. But you must come on the open mic, subscribe, and you must come on the open mic. And yeah, please do. Like Juan said, don't just stay in the chats like we like I said in the previous stream, when I closed, I will step out if there's a new face to come in here. So yeah, I think that will be my closing, and thank you all for having me. And newcomers, you are more than welcome.
Okay, Prata, you are muted. You're muted. You need to unmute yourself.
Yes. I've been listening to your debate before. It was quite impressive. So I decided today to join you. It was also a very interesting exchange of different opinions. Again, if the idea is that sometimes we have difficulty in finding alternative information, actually it is not. It is you have to be trained in knowing how to find, and especially most important, you have to have some critic sense, not believing everything like Wade said. It's quite important, and double check a bit, because actually quite a lot of things are very far from the truth, and not just about the war. on the other side, we talked today about propaganda and the way that it is being constructed. I would love to have a debate where we could go a little bit more deeper on that subject, because this Stratcom, how is it being organized? The dimension on the Stratcom on this war is huge, like never before. Also, quite interesting, the outsourcing from Stratcom to public relations agencies. Yes, it's also quite impressive. Some people probably already noticed, especially on debates, written debates, there are always some kind of people that always repeat the same story. It's like, I'm not sure it's a computer, but it's pretty much someone working like from a desk, answering repeating all these conversations. Yeah. Anyways, it was a pleasure to be here today with you guys. Hopefully it will come back. I will come back again.
Yeah, join the chat group, the Telegram chat group, which I emailed you guys, and for those that do not know, the Stratcoms actually means strategic communications. It's not a strategic command. Correct? It's strategic communications, right?
Yes, strategic communication. In that sense.
Hi, Andrew. Andrew was stuck in backstage because there's no slot for him. Do you have any closing statements?
Hi, Andrew. I love you. I love you, Andrew.
Andrew, you're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Unmute yourself.
There he goes.
Okay, try again. There's no sound. Oh no. Oh no, Andrew, we cannot hear you.
Don't break my heart like this. Come on.
Okay, you have to try again next stream. So sorry. But anyway, he got a super good beard, so Waka is now being challenged.
I'm gonna kiss him on the mouth. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. He looks so happy. He got a very happy face. Zara, you was closing.
Yeah, so well, it's the first time I'm on the open mic. I've been following DPA for a while now, because I found actually the map on Google, randomly, and then I found the open mic, and it's been a while I've been following you, and I'm pretty happy to be there for a first time. I think it's quite interesting to bring people to talk about different stuff, and yeah, the debate was pretty good though, pretty good, very interesting.
Yeah,
so keep up the work.
Thank you so much. I emailed you, so if you didn't receive, you can email me. My email should be quite easy to find on my website.
Okay.
All right. RL.
Yeah, but still a pleasure to be here. Yeah, especially when you have so nice people. Yeah, not like the first open mic where I was in. Yeah.
Oops.
But yeah, I would like to talk a bit more about some new physical principles. Yeah, with Dracu. About
oh my God,
super duper weapons. Yeah, because those are reals, and the military staffs around the world are taking it really seriously. That's why they are investing so much money on it. Yeah, United States just tested their hypersonic weapons, Mach 5 for 500 kilometers. So this is real. This is real. This is not fantasy world or science fiction. It's becoming real. That's why I would like to talk a bit more about those things, and also more about demographic statistics and economics a bit more, because the war will last for several years. At least the Russians are waiting for that. They are expecting a war that will last long. That's why those topics are even more relevant. Yeah. Voilà.
All right. So next is Carl.
Yeah, man, dude, I've been super stoked about coming on here. You and I have been talking for the past couple weeks about getting me on here. I've just been busy. I don't really know much about these kind of things, but I'm always like super excited to learn. And like this past like hour has been awesome. So yeah, I want to continue coming on here and just fucking learning and just like talking to you guys. Even though sometimes the shit that I say is just ridiculous and out of pocket, like like hearing y'all's like rebuttals and y'all's responses to it is always super fun. So I'm super happy. I'm super excited for it. I did want to kind of get it more into like the actual like military aspect of it. Me being in the military, and especially with the vehicles that they're sending over there, I do have experience with them. So like that is one of the things that I do really want to talk about. But no, like this, like the past like hour, 2 hours that I spent here has been awesome, and I want to do it again. I appreciate you guys.
All right. We do have a focus group among the open mic speakers that focus on the military and stuff. So yeah,
Okay.
I think someone will contact you when you join the Telegram chat group.
Yeah, once I'm unblocked for my stupid name that I had last time.
RL can do the laser talk. Laser talk. Laser talk with RL.
Vaughn, I was actually like, I was thinking about what you were saying earlier. So I'm an FO, so I deal with fucking like laser guided munitions and shit like that. I was looking at what you were fucking talking about, and actually, I do want to get in contact with you for sure.
Yeah.
What if you were on the ground shooting a laser at something? Could you drop a bomb and let it ride the laser back in on the dude shining the laser?
It depends.
Like
So
basically use it against you?
For T90s, if I were to shoot, so there's this thing called the LRAS that we use for our Bradleys, for laser guided Bradleys. Like it's not like the infantry Bradleys, it's the forward observer Bradleys. If you shoot a laser at that fucking T90, that T90 will lock onto that laser and fucking kill you. So like there's certain like things that you have to know when it comes to like shooting lasers at things. But like for the LLDR, yeah, you can shoot a laser at infantrymen, and that laser will pull a grid for you. And once you get that grid, you can send that grid. The LLDR will give you an 8-digit grid, and you can get that grid, send it up to your 13 Juliets. They'll send it to the gun line, and then you can put fire on top of that target. But it takes a minute. It takes a little bit. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it is actually kind of verified. Some things that we already heard about. But like you should never point at a T90. Your lasers.
Yeah, do not. You will die.
Okay, though the last guy.
Yeah, just great to meet everyone. Finally, been watching you guys for a while now, and hope to see you guys in the other chat. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, the Telegram chat group. So
I forgot about me.
We passed 5 hours again. Why this always happen every week? Like no, I just want to do
5
3 hours.
Wyatt.
Yeah. Oh my god. So anyway, thank you everyone for joining us today for the episode number 16. It's been the 16th open mic already. So thank you everyone for watching, and see you guys next week. And those that are not in the Telegram chat group, please email me if you didn't receive my email. Yeah, bye. Bye guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, get it. So thank you all for watching, and yeah, this is the open mic for episode 16. I hope you guys enjoy it. As usual, this is really really wanted to allow you guys, the viewers, to have a voice, to really talk and share your opinions. And as you can see, opinions can vary tremendously, even within the same country. Like the Americans, like, you know, people can have very, very different experience. So which is why, you know, I like the open mic concept, because it allows us to really know the world much faster than just reading, because reading can always be very misleading, because we read through our own lens, and our understanding might actually be not correct. And talking to people in their respective countries, and them knowing their culture and history actually puts give us insights that we can never get, you know, in just normal reading or just watching a YouTube video. So thank you guys for watching, and thank you all the super chats. We have so many, like Trollolo 234, Thomas Cahill, Malcolm Bergill, NGS, TV Reese, Mami, TL 92, Wallace 0071, Logizen A, who else? And yeah, thank you so much for all the super chats. Oh my god, Mami just sent another one. Yeah, Mami, our collective Mami just wish you guys a great day. I think many of you are great night. For me, it's a day, it's a morning already. You can see the curtain is now bright. It's like 8:35 a.m. for me. So thank you you guys for watching, and there will be more stuff coming up. We have already recorded 3 panels. So the new series is called DPA panels. It's actually something like the open mic chatting session, but it's focus on a specific topic, and is exclusively for open mic speakers. So we already recorded 3 different ones. One is on de-dollarization. One is on American politics and culture. Another one is on tanks. So to stay tuned for it. It will be posted on the DPA main channel. You'll be break into parts because it's actually a bit long. So hope you guys will enjoy it. Do subscribe both sides, the DPA IRL channel and the main channel, in case you guys haven't do it yet. And yeah, that's it. And so I'm gonna drop the closing. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next update.